Week, he's been outstanding in the first half.
He has played very well, but the game's only halfway over.
Are you surprised that your team played so well after the long layoff?
I felt we had improved tremendously, but you never know. We've only played a half. West Virginia's an explosive football team. This game's a long way from being over.
Maybe a little bit of the Irish spirit working for you now?
Well, there is an Irish spirit, and it is with us.
Thank you, Coach.
Lou Holtz, his team 30 minutes away from another National Football Championship. And they create the Irish fans young. Notre Dame, one of the great universities in our nation. South Bend, Indiana, the scene, and oh, so rich in tradition it is.
In a recent survey, American college students said they were mainly concerned with themselves. They were not interested in giving as much as in receiving, not as taken with service as with success. Yet at Notre Dame, students have always put their time where their values are. Why? Because volunteering is a commitment that educates. Notre Dame's president, Holy Cross Father Edward Malloy, describes the university.
A place where the mind and the heart can come together, where we can take our training and our intellectual development and focus it in such a way that we can make a difference.
Many Notre Dame students are making a difference. Some work with mentally and physically handicapped children. The children are taught, but their teachers also learn. They learn patience, kindness, respect for other human beings. And the final lesson for students is that there are many things to learn at Notre Dame, and one is how to care.
Getting ready for the second half. West Virginia in white, and a time where Don Nehlen had to appeal to all of their offensive weaponry, and it is a team that can score often and can score from any part of the field, but the big question mark will be the shoulder of Major Harris. And Lou Holtz, he's with 1 minute to go, he'll still say, we haven't won this yet if you were up 100-0.
Well, they're not up 100-0, but they certainly have dominated in the first half. The statistics will bear that out, and they have not needed the turnover, which was the big tool they used against Miami and SC. They've been able to do it with great defensive pressure on the West Virginia offense and with a relentless offense that has been very, very productive.
2-1, the Irish offensively over Don Nehlen's team. In case Nehlen does have to go to the backup quarterback, number 7, Greg Jones, he is even a stronger passer than Major Harris, but he doesn't have the versatility nor the experience with the offense.
I think the key word there is experience, and that decision by Lou Holtz to defer. They won the toss. They decided to put their stronger unit on the field, the defense, that has paid such big dividends, and there is Jones, a backup quarterback, and
they're acting as if he might be coming in the way his teammates are coming over to him.
Well, he may be the man who's going to be called on, and if that injury is serious enough to Major Harris. But the other thing that's interesting, when you see a backup quarterback go onto the field, very often there's a letdown by the defense. I don't know why. It just happens. Let's see if perhaps that won't be the case here. I'm sure that would be welcomed by all the West Virginia fans.
There's the Rocket Ismail. He had a touchdown reception in the first half, 29 yards.
Short
and
kick.
Bauman's kick is to the side, trying to keep it away from Ismail, and they just lateral it back to him. And he's out to the 33, and that's all. Waters, number 5, the first man there. Braxton Banks caught the ball and quickly got it back to someone who can run a little faster. In the first half, in case you're just joining us, the Irish were very productive. 5 possessions, 3 touchdowns, a field goal, and only once were they held on downs. And that was when they were inside their own 10-yard line.
And much of that success due to Tony Rice, both running and especially throwing the football.
Rice gives to Mark Green, and the senior on first down is out to the 38-yard line. Orlando and Drumgoole, the safety men, make the tackle. Major Harris yards per completion. Oh, 19 a completion throughout the course of 88, 13, 6 today. And Tony Rice hitting the big numbers.
Well, look
Almost
at those
30-yard
numbers
average.
for today. That's
His patterns have been open. Every pass has been over the middle. He hasn't worked the sidelines at all. They've found the openings right down the middle. Ismail and Eilers to the right. They hand off to Brooks, and he's met solidly at the line of scrimmage. Theron Ellis, junior inside linebacker, with a good pop. Robert Pickett was there as well, and Orlando. So third down, Notre Dame, and about 3. In comes Green with the play. Brooks goes out. His first possession of the second half really sets the tempo for the next 30 minutes. So for West Virginia's defense, the challenge is there. Rice keeps, tosses to Green, and on the option, the Irish have the first down at the 44-yard line. Drum goal. And Orlando, the tackler's a 6-yard gain. Green, who is a basketball star in high school in Riverside, California, he played behind a pretty good shooter, Reggie Miller, the All-America at UCLA. In fact, he says that's his favorite sport, basketball. And there's Major Harris. Apparently, they've attended to whatever the injury might be. We've tried to get some confirmation of the injury, what it is, and its seriousness. No one has been able to locate that yet. Green finally tripped up. Dale Jackson, 93, in at outside linebacker, able to make the stop. He's from Canton, Ohio. Home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Well, Harris is going to practice some snaps, so apparently, obviously, a courageous effort in the first half if he was injured on the first play and never came out. Second down, between 6 and 7. Ooh, Rice, good job of pulling the ball away from his fullback and coming back. It appeared to be a little bobble in there. Chris Herring makes the stop at the 49 of West Virginia, where it'll be 3rd and 4.
chance to watch the execution on that last play. You read on the first and then duck back inside. Rice trying to cut back against the grain, knowing how eager this West Virginia team is to get outside and stop him. Able to pick up a little bit of yardage there anyway.
At tight end is on the left side. 2 wide receivers to the right. He's liking Derek Brown. No, he's going to keep it this time. He cuts inside, and he's nailed by Dale Jackson and Bo Orlando. And I don't think he picked it up. Looks like he's a yard short. And here comes the punting team on for Notre Dame. So West Virginia does something they accomplished only once in 5 possessions the first half, and that is stop Notre Dame from scoring. Grandis Bell will be the return man for the Mountaineers. He's back at his 10-yard line as Jim Sexton, South Bend, Indiana walk-on, will punt it. Bell does not fair catch and has a 11, 12-yard return out across the 20-yard line. So West Virginia desperately in need of a score, and Major Harris apparently will be the quarterback when we return. The Irish 23, the Mountaineers 6.
American business can save millions of dollars every year with the UPS Next Day Air Letter. Unlike other companies which frequently charge up to $14, UPS, because we're so efficient, charges only $8.50. And we guarantee overnight delivery to every address, coast to coast. The UPS Next Day Air Letter, the super saver of overnight letters.
My brother just did something very smart.
Very smart.
He got this amazing new picture-in-picture TV.
Yep, Magnavox did it again.
Now we could watch 2 shows at once, so we never fight over the TV anymore.
We hardly never, in fact, we never fight anymore.
We could watch one show and preview another.
We can even reverse the picture.
How smart of Tom to get a TV this smart.
How smart of him to say how smart I are.
How smart I are?
Him, too.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart. When you cook with Lipton, you dish up surprises every day. Lipton Recipe Soup Mix gives a new twist to all your family's old favorites. From dips to dinners, Lipton's special seasonings make the difference. With Lipton Recipe Soup Mix, you can turn any dish into a new idea. So what's cooking? Surprise!
The 1989 Sunkissed Fiesta Bowl is brought to you by Magnavox. Smart products for smart people. Magnavox. Smart. Very smart. By the Sunkissed family of products, where you can be sure of the highest quality every time. You have our word on it. By UPS. For guaranteed overnight delivery from coast to coast, UPS runs the tightest ship in the shipping business. And by Alamo Rent-A-Car. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo territory, and Alamo can give you every one for free.
Welcome back, Major Harris. This is the first quarter, the third play of this game, and this apparently is where he injured the left shoulder. Watch.
Hit, knocked down by Alm and Stams. He's driven down on that left shoulder, and you see him wince and reach for that shoulder right there. Just moments ago, you see them adjusting. I'm sure as he's lifting that arm, he was having trouble lifting that arm. He was holding it tightly against his side in the last couple of series of the first half. He may have gotten a little help to block the pain in that shoulder in the locker room.
And he comes out on the option, something we didn't see much of in that first half. And trio of Irish tacklers. Bolkar was there first.
West Virginia will trust the play calling to Dwight Wallace, who really selects the passing plays, and Mike Jacobs, who will basically select the running plays. But this is tough with an injured quarterback who's been your main man. You've got to take him carefully. You don't want to get him hurt, but at the same time, you've got to get points on the board.
He throws complete. And a first down at the 40-yard line to tight end Keith Wynn. 14 yards on the play.
And you still see that arm staying down. He's not able to get that arm up very high. Pressure. Frank Stams. Good play right there, right past Rick Phillips, number 68.
Ooh, and he threw him right on, well, actually the other shoulder, the right shoulder.
And I don't know that Notre Dame knows about this injury. They obviously are still playing football, which is their challenge.
10:22 left, third quarter. Notre Dame has led throughout. Craig Taylor, the fullback, met by Wes Pritchett, the inside linebacker for the Irish, who reads poetry. I asked him who his favorite poet is, and Pritchett said, E.E. Cummings, as in, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways.
Well, having had a chance to visit with these Notre Damers in South Bend, I got a little taste of Shakespeare the day I was there for a scrimmage. He is a character.
He'll be drafted fairly high next spring. Harris losing his footing, and there's the difference between grass and the artificial turf, and the fact that Harris was operating in an area of the field where there is nothing much more than sand. Jeff Alm secured him.
For 4 weekends, this stadium has hosted back-to-back professional and college games, and it tore the middle of this turf right out. And of course, you're right, Dick. That's painted dirt down there, and it does not hold the cleats like the artificial turf.
3rd and 8 from the Mountaineers 42. Stams putting on the pressure. Harris throwing into coverage, and the interception by Pat Terrell. Pritchett, Gordon, and Stams were all after Harris, making his life miserable on that pattern. And on the run, he finally had to dish it down the sidelines, and Terrell, who had 2 interceptions in the regular season, one for a touchdown against Miami, 60-yarder against the Hurricanes, picks this one off.
Terrell moved to defense from a receiving position to take advantage of his speed. He is a receiver on that play.
It's the Irish with the ball, timeout at their own 35.
Have you ever watched people at the market? They all think they know how to pick the best orange.
They squeeze. They tap. They shake. I have no idea what she's doing. But all they have to do is twist the wrist. If it says Sunkiss, you pick it. Hey, always read the label.
Next time you rent a car anywhere in the world, be sure to use Gold MasterCard, and you'll automatically be protected with Master Rental, the best car rental insurance any card offers. Should anything happen, we'll take care of you, pay for it, handle the paperwork. All you do is make one easy phone call anytime. That's simpler and better than American Express. Master Rental, from the world's #1 gold card, Gold MasterCard.
Murder. I'm about to know when he's going to kill the next girl.
Corruption.
And at this moment, I think he's the obvious choice to lead the investigation.
Comedy.
I'm coming!
The January Man. What a way to start the year. Rated R. Starts Friday, January 13th. Check newspapers.
NBC's Championship Monday continues with a primetime showdown. Tonight, #2 Miami will be out to stake its claim for the national title when they battle the 6th-ranked Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Plus, the beauty and pageantry of the famed halftime at the Orange Bowl. The best bowls are on NBC.
Leftovers from the holidays into the new year. Part of the fans here cheering for Notre Dame. 35-yard line, the Irish after the interception by Pat Terrell, the first turnover of this Fiesta Bowl. The Irish with a 23-6 lead, and Tony Rice at the control. Wishbone, Rice keeps. Again, broke the initial hit from Mike Fox. Spun away, and Lawrence Drumgoole and Dale Jackson had to get him. Down at Pasadena. Two teams that Notre Dame beat during the regular season. It's USC leading Michigan at the half, 14-3. Bo Schembechler looking for a rare win in Pasadena. 4-11, his all-time record, but it's been leaner lately. 8.5 to go, third quarter. And Rice looking for Green. He's open, and he's got it at the 27-yard line. Bo Orlando caught up, but a perfect throw by Rice.
Lou Holtz has utilized the skills of this offensive team extremely well. This is a single pass option right here. He knows who he wants all the way down the sideline. Play action encourages Bo Orlando to stay up front just a little bit too long, and Green's speed is the difference there as that ball hits the target, 1st and 10.
35-yard play. Now Tony Brooks swings to the outside and has about 10 yards to the 16-yard line. Chris Herring finally tripped him up. Allen, that offensive line has done an outstanding job of opening holes and protecting Rice when he's needed it.
Well, they certainly have, Dick. Dean Brown and Tim Grunhard, Mike Helt, Tim Ryan in there, and Andy Heck. And this line, except for Heck, will be around next year. And they're probably going to be even tougher next year than they are this year.
Only going to lose 6 starters from today's game. Double tight end, Frank Jacobs and Derek Brown. And it's the fullback, 22, Anthony Johnson. The first option inside the 15. Scott Summit, 73, made the tackle. Let's check some of the men up front for the Irish.
You watch and see how many of the white shirts are moving backwards. That's Brown right there, just driving Herring off the ball. He's got him 10 yards back. You get some kind of award for that kind of blocking.
Dean Brown from Canton. Alan Page, the great All-American Hall of Famer from Canton, Ohio, migrated to the Irish campus. Flag down before the snap.
Well, it's understandable.
Folks north, offense, still second down.
Dean Brown is the strongest of that offensive line, a bench press of 425 pounds. He used both strength and size to drive Herring off the ball.
You saw the man on the sidelines, Lou Holtz, who was born in West Virginia, and Parlins B. He said, don't know what would have happened to me, but for World War II, when my dad went off to war, we moved to Ohio, and there went to a Catholic elementary school where we marched to the Notre Dame fight song every day. It was destiny. Brooks zigzagging for maybe a yard. Dale Jackson, the backup linebacker, has played a big game in the last 2 quarters. There he comes, Jackson, also from Canton, Ohio, where he was the basketball center on the state champions.
Well, let's go back and take a peek at Dean Brown. Well, again, he's got Chris Herring in his sights, and Herring has got to say, hey, why don't you go block on somebody else, fella?
Your own side.
Pick on somebody your own side.
Brown is 283. 3rd down 10. And Rice keeps, and he has to eat it as Chris Parker, an all-East defensive tackle, makes the stop. He's a 5th-year senior from Whitehall, Pennsylvania.
Well, we've watched a couple of great blocks by Dean Brown, but he misses on this cutoff block, and his man will make the tackle as Chris Parker, who's made a 1/3 of his tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Pretty remarkable for a defensive end. Makes a fine play there.
Reggie Ho, the academic All-America. He's got a routine, a little magical touch with the fingers, and now his kick is good from 30 yards. Ho, who kicked 4 field goals in the opening season win against Michigan, has his first today. It's 26-6.
You know we're gonna be there, don't think twice. Service is part of our name. We're a part of your country, a part of your town, and no one else does it the same. We deliver, we remember. It's the reason you trust us. You know that we're gonna come through when you're both the service. We deliver for you. We deliver for you.
One night, not too many years from now, some companies will have great cause for celebration. They'll be the ones who used information and technology, not merely as a way to compute, but as a way to compete. Anderson Consulting would like to help you be one of them.
The sun comes up with an orange grin. It feels so fine as the day begins. And it won't be long till I'm drinking it in. Drinking in the sun. Sun-kissed is the one.
When you want to drink in the sun, there's only one. Go on, drink it in. Sun-kissed, regular or diet.
Drinking in the sun. Sun-kissed is the one.
West Virginia has 3 players out of this ball game. First of all, Jim Gray is out, middle guard. John Stroyer, the starting offensive guard, is out, and running back Andrew Johnson is out. Replacing Stroyer in the starting lineup is Brian Hendricks, a senior from Maryland. So they have 3 players out of the ball game, and I know with Stroyer out of this game, it's going to affect that offensive line play.
Well, that unit, 5 men who band together for so long, and you just take one man out, it has to be disturbing. So injury is part of the West Virginia story. You visited both Morgantown and South Bend right after our final NFL regular season. Merlin, any impressions you can share with us?
Well, I certainly was impressed with both campuses and both athletic programs, and traveling back and getting a chance to drive through those beautiful mountains back into Morgantown and meet a lot of friendly people. I tell you, they greeted me. That's like going home to me, getting back to the mountains and folks that'll sit down and look you in the eye and talk with you. Very friendly welcome. I've got great respect for what they're doing back there in West Virginia's program.
Hackett approaches the ball. And here comes Andrew Johnson. Actually, Tim Williams, number 24, Andre Johnson, 34, is one of those injured.
And Andre Jones, the linebacker, has been a major force here on special teams, just pounding people and knocking them down today.
Major Harris, who looked a bit sharper in the first possession, but then was intercepted as he was pressured out of the pocket. What a talent he is. Play action to A.B. Brown, and then the toss to the wide-open fullback Craig Taylor, who backpedals out of bounds at the 33-yard line, a gain of 7.
Grantis Bell, wide receiver, all alone downfield by himself, but not spotted by Major Harris on that play. And I've got to say that with an injury, particularly one to your shoulders, that's got to bother your rhythm. The ability to run, the ability to pick things out downfield. And one of the strengths that Major Harris had demonstrated throughout his 2 years of playing as a starter for this offense is the ability to scramble, get that extra piece of time.
2nd and 3. And again open is Taylor. Same play to the other side, and Taylor bulls his way to the 50. Understand that Johnson a knee and Gray and Stroya suffered concussions, and Harris a left shoulder injury. To 6. The Mountaineers with a long climb to get back into this one. We have 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Harris keeps and then is caught from behind. Chris Zorich showing you his speed. 4.68 to get Harris from the backside, the sophomore.
Unusual to find nose tackles who can control in the center of the line and then flatten out in pursuit with that kind of agility. That's a fine play by the sophomore nose tackle. Zorro, they call him.
Well, he had to sign up for extra classes and as a senior in Chicago to make sure he met the requirements to get into Notre Dame. That's where he wanted to go. Harris drills that one over the head of the tight end win, and a flag is down. We may have roughing the passer on Wes Pritchett.
And that's exactly what we're going to have. 2 dead ball fouls contributed to the first drive that got 3 points for West Virginia. Pritchett saying, what did I do? Well, we'll take a peek and see what Pritchett did.
Defense, automatic first down.
Ball is gone.
Ooh,
oh, yes.
Man, that's a mean pop. Well,
they're showing that one on the screen here, and obviously the folks don't like it.
That's a good 15-yard penalty to be sure. 32-yard line, they mark it after the foul. 4:25 left in the third period. West Virginia trailing by 20 points, 26-6. A draw play that A.B. Brown swings to the outside, doesn't get much. 27-yard line. There again, Merlin, even at those moments, and there have been 4 or 5 when a West Virginia ball carrier saw a little daylight, boom, blue jerseys.
We talked about the choice that Lou Holtz made when he came to Notre Dame. He said, the one thing we don't have is enough speed. He went out and recruited speed. Zorich being held inside. That's Koken, the center, able to lock him up. But look how quickly they get A.B. Brown going sideways, and Smagala, who's got more speed than the fine tailback, right there waiting for him.
So a play that looked as if it would go much longer, gets only 4 yards, and then this quick pop by Taylor, a man who has not lost a yard in 2 seasons at West Virginia, and interestingly had 77 tries both years. The last 2 years, no one ever knocked him down for a loss. This will be 3rd and 3 as you see the vital statistics late in the third quarter. Calvin Phillips, who has not caught a pass, had 24 to lead the Mountaineers, comes out to the left. Rembert is with him. Harris just does get away. And then shows his speed and out of bounds at the 16 with a first down. Don Grimm was the man who almost caught Harris for a loss. And Major Harris at 207 pounds shows you why he has star written all over. Not only that great arm of his, but what speed to escape.
He also has incredibly powerful legs. And that's what usually allows a running back to get out of tackles like that. Little pump, and he is pumping that arm. And if he's doing so with that injured shoulder, you got to believe there's a lot of pain in that body right now.
Looks to the end zone, has a man open. Grant for a touchdown. Grantis Bell. Flag is down.
It may have been a dead ball foul. It looked like it was thrown after the pass was caught.
He spiked the ball. Maybe that's what it is. So Harris finds Grantis Bell for the score.
Oh, a dead ball. Personal foul. Touchdown good. Penalized on the kickoff.
Well, personal foul apparently for a hit after the touchdown. No, for the spike.
We'll see against whom. He wasn't. Bauman tries the extra point. And it's 26-13. Oh, Major Harris returns, and the Mountaineers applaud.
Do you know why Spud McKenzie has so much fun at parties? Because he's always in control. Spud knows it's cool to live by one simple rule. Know when to say when.
A reminder from Anheuser-Busch.
The product. The proving grounds. The results. STP gas treatment is the edge.
You know, some things in life are as inevitable as the tide. I always thought there really wasn't anything I could do about my hair loss until I talked to my doctor. He diagnosed my problem. We talked about the treatment options. It's good to have the medical facts. And the fact is, there may be some hope for me.
See your doctor if you're concerned about hair loss.
The first twist of fate made him a hunted Nazi.
You will have me transferred to the camp at Natzweiler. This is Jewish in me.
The next twist of fate made him a victimized Jew.
You just made Ben Grossman the most wanted man in Palestine.
Another twist of fate made him a national hero.
You cannot escape the past.
And the final twist of fate made him a marked man in his own son's eyes.
This bastard is my father.
Ben Cross, Veronica Hamill. Twist of Fate premieres Sunday.
Well, we now can tell you that it was a foul against Notre Dame. Watch as Bell catches the touchdown pass. Todd Light comes over, gives him a shove, and the flag flies.
But this is what they have been hoping for here in the West Virginia section all afternoon. And I'm sure all the troops down at Crockett's finally getting a chance to cheer in Morgantown. They'll also have an opportunity here, and with the 15-yard penalty, perhaps an opportunity, Dick, to go ahead and try the onside kick. You don't lose much.
Ball is spotted at the 50-yard line when you're down by 13 late in the third. There's 3 minutes and 32 seconds left in the period. It is an option for Nealon. Meanwhile, Ismail said, well, then I'd only have to return 100 and some instead of 80 some. He's the deep man.
Well, your choice is simply to try and rip it out of the end zone and trust in your defense, or to go after the onside kick, and let's see what Don Nealon has decided to do.
It's interesting, Lou Holtz, who believes that the special teams set the tempo for the entire game. He puts his two top fullbacks, Braxton Banks and Anthony Johnson, they're the wingmen in front of Ismail. And he says, hey, I'm thinking that way too. Watch out for the onside kick.
Nope, that's going all the way out.
And Ismail won't have a chance. And it's a touchback out to the 20-yard line.
Ted Volkar on the ground on that play. Quickly back up. Scoring drive. Well, good news for West Virginia.
Didn't take him long, 2 minutes. As Harris was 3 for 3 passing on the drive, and the payoff, a 17-yard throw to Grantis Bell.
And what Don Nealon and his West Virginia coaches are saying right now is now we need to pounce on them defensively and convincingly turn the momentum of this game back in our direction. And boy, there's an emotional coach. He's saying that's the first step. Now let's see what we can do with the defense.
Rice hands off to Green, and he's hit in the backfield for a loss. Number 61, Mike Fox, and 93, Dale Jackson. You know, many fans, both sides, West Virginia, Notre Dame, gave up Christmas to spend their money to come out and see this battle for number one. And there are literally hundreds here that this is their Christmas present, to see these two teams play in person. Rice faking, then going down the middle to Brooks. Intercepted by Willie Edwards. Edwards at the 30. Edwards at the 26-yard line, and West Virginia on its feet.
You saw Lou Holtz saying to Tony Rice as he came to the sideline, it's all right, it's all right. He's got a young team. They have had trouble sustaining their scoring in the second half. But right now, the defense that has been so dominant in the early going in this game, backed up, needs to rise to the occasion. For West Virginia, it's very simple. They've got to get into the end zone.
Again, Rice going down the middle, and this time Edwards was laying and waiting from the 26. First turnover for West Virginia, and Harris now. And he'll have to eat it. Half the Notre Dame team gets him at the 27-yard line. A loss of 1 or 2. All of his receivers were over on the left side, so when he was pump faking, there just was no one there to deliver the ball. Harris brings him out of the huddle. Phillips left. Remberg right. Harris looking for Phillips. He's covered well. Now he throws long for Bell. Oh, what a defensive play by Stan Smagala. Reaching in and knocking a touchdown away. Meanwhile, Wes Pritchett was the man harassing the quarterback.
You get a feeling for the kind of power that Major Harris has in that arm. He can kneel down on one knee and whip that football 50 yards. That went in the air a long distance, but it is indeed a beautiful defensive play. Look at that arm, right up inside and knocking that ball away.
Grandis Bell flirting with 2 touchdowns here late in the third quarter. Exactly 2 minutes remaining in the third. West Virginia down 23-6 and then 26-6 early in the third. Has scored a touchdown in the third quarter. And now another chance, except Harris has to eat it at the 42-yard line. George Williams and Frank Stams. Arnold Ali 97 is in there.
Ali, a true freshman who's had trouble keeping his weight up during the season. Gone from 207 down under 200 pounds. There he is, top of your screen. He and Stams both coming in with great heat. And that's a sandwich there.
No one back for Notre Dame, so the interception by Edwards produces nothing. And now Carrion will try to drop it inside the 20. He hits this one into the end zone.
Trying to pooch it and just got too much on it. It'll come out to the 20.
So Notre Dame survives the interception. Boy, they're really patting the defense on the back on the far side.
There is nothing else like it on Earth, or maybe even in heaven. It stretches for 725 miles, and it's called the California Coastline. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo territory, all across America. And nationwide, Alamo is the only company that can give you all those miles for free, including the ones where the people bask in the sun and watch the seals, and the seals bask in the sun and watch the people.
I live in Manhattan, and when you live in Manhattan, you need comfort, you need power.
Someday, all Air Express companies will have landing rights in Japan, just like Federal Express. But until then, you'll just have to pretend.
Kids like cartoon vitamins that taste good. You want them to take a multivitamin you think is good for them. Presenting Sun-Kissed multivitamins for children. The essential vitamins kids need and the taste kids love. Sun-Kissed multivitamins for children.
Ejected Major Harris. An opportunity lost. The interception by Edwards to the Notre Dame 26. The first break for the Mountaineers today. But they wind up in a deficit pool and have to punt it into the end zone.
Well, I'm sure the message to Major was much like the message that Holtz gave to Rice. It's all right. We've still got time left to go. Dwight Wallace at the other end of that phone saying, Mage, we can still score some points. Right now, the pressure shifts back to West Virginia's defense. They were so inspirational a few moments ago. Let's see if they've still got that fire, Dick.
But the emotional swing when West Virginia made the interception, and you could feel their sidelines lift. But then the defense of Notre Dame produces an equal result for the Irish fans and teammates. The toss to Mark Green. Runs into his own man. Blocker Frank Jacobs was the man who stopped Green. He was pushed by the defender Chris Parker, who set up the play with his charge. Parker, an all-East performer.
That very distinctive logo on the sides of the helmets, one of the changes that Don Nehlen brought with him to West Virginia. That's WV, VW, WV. Don't do WV.
They wouldn't fit in a VW.
That's almost become a statewide symbol for West Virginia. The pride they have in this team.
On second down, it's Green again. Pursued, and you have the feeling after the interception that Lou Holtz isn't going to throw unless it's a very safe pass.
You see the clean golden dome on these Notre Damers. When Holtz went to Notre Dame, he said, I think we ought to put an ND on the helmet. And they had to very carefully explain to him, Coach, that's a replica of the Golden Dome. There is no ND on the Golden Dome.
And there's is some gold, actual gold within the paint they use on those helmets. Has been for a long time.
Student managers spend a lot of time shining those helmets up and making them look bright for a day like today.
15 minutes for the national championship, and number one Notre Dame leads 26-13.
The DJ's number one with a bullet.
First-degree murder.
Inquiring minds want to know who done it.
What kind of man my mother warned me about.
You sound like you love it.
A Matlock mystery. Then Tibbs' mistake kills a young girl. Now he's a cop at war with the town and himself.
I'm on your side.
Can Gillespie be the answer in the heat of the night? Followed by Midnight Caller tomorrow.
Now performing the Super Grand Olds Gang Dealers and their Symphony of Savings. It's an extraordinary after-Christmas sale being conducted through January 7th. Get sound savings on the entire new generation of Oldsmobiles, plus top dollar for your trade-in. The Super Grand Olds Gang is always instrumental when it comes to saving, but right now they're composing some of the best deals of the year. Don't miss the Symphony of Savings through January 7th at your Super Grand Olds Gang dealer.
Some like it hot, but you can't tell how hot till you try. Some like it hot, so it's time that
This winter, Eastern announces hot prices to hot places. 4-day, 3-night Caribbean vacations for as little as $269.
some like it hot.
There's a new radio station in Pittsburgh. It's Mix 100.7 FM. Mix 100.7 FM plays a great mix of music from the 80s. The best mix of the 80s. And Mix 100.7 FM plays a lot of music. More than 50 minutes of music every hour. Guaranteed. So for real variety and more than 50 minutes of music each hour, set your radio to the new Mix 100.7 FM and listen to the best mix of the 80s.
The Conqueror and the Cadillac, tomorrow at 4 on the People's Court.
We open the the fourth quarter. The commander of the Notre Dame ship, Lou Holtz, knows how to win. If he's in the lead going into the fourth, since he's been at Notre Dame in 3 years, his teams have won all 21 of those games. He leads 26-13, and it's the Irish ball at their own 23, 3rd down and 7. And a draw, and Rice has the first down and more up to the 39-yard line. In fact, Ryan and Heck opened the hole. 16 yards for Rice. Orlando made the tackle.
You attack a defense in so many ways. When you know that they're eager to respond, they're keyed emotionally, you simply give them a chance to rush the passer, and in essence, they create the hole for you with some fine blocking inside. Mike Heck in particular doing a good job of sealing off on the strong side on Parker.
Now Rice back to throw. Has a man wide open. Out of bounds goes Ricky Waters inside the 5-yard line. Now Lou Holtz back in the spring wanted to put Mark Green at flanker to replace Tim Brown. At the last minute he changed his mind and put Waters, another tailback, out there.
Well, and we remind you again, it was Waters and Brooks who were sent home from that critical game at SC. They wanted so badly to prove themselves here today. Well, their coach had said to them, if you can't hug them and pat them on the back and brag on them, you don't want them on your team. You can sure do that of both of those guys here in their performance today.
Waters' 15 catches led the Irish during the regular season. First and goal. And a yard or two for Pat Eilers, who is the wide receiver operating out of that wishbone. Just took the toss. Eilers from St. Paul, Minnesota, a vicious downfield blocker, and as a kid he competed downhill in the Junior Olympic slalom. Well, it's all downhill, at least in the eyes of some of the Notre Dame fans, as they've got a chance to build on the 26-13 lead.
One of the things that Notre Dame has not done, in spite of what you saw about winning in the fourth quarter, you look at the point production heavily oriented in the first half. That might provide some hope for West Virginia fans, but mostly they're concerned now, get some points on the board yourself.
Fullback Braxton Banks has stopped after about a half-yard game. One of the reasons, though, that they have scored a low total in the fourth quarter, of course, is way ahead in games.
You take some people out of the game. Absolutely true. The one thing that I would think would be encouraging to West Virginia, they have been an excellent fourth quarter team. They need right now to deny this touchdown. Their defense stomping its feet down there, and so far putting together a pretty good stand. 3rd down. Let's see what Holtz has in mind for West Virginia's defense.
Waters to the right. He's the man who caught the 57-yard pass. The fake, the throw, the touchdown to Frank Jacobs, who caught only one pass all year for Notre Dame. He's got one for a touchdown in the Fiesta Bowl.
Lou Holtz, such a master when it comes to utilizing his players. Rarely throws in that kind of situation. Very conservative when he gets inside the 20. And I'm sure that West Virginia, well aware of that, was thinking run. They did not get run. They got play action pass.
You can see Rice's basketball talent displayed from that angle. That was like a perfect little jump shot. He passed into Jacobs. Now they're going to go for the 2-point play, as their lead has been at 20 points. They want to at least try to put some added distance on the West Virginia Mountaineers. Rice keeps, and does he get in? Yes. He lurched forward and able to get the ball, and that was the only thing they got in the end zone, but that's what counts. The 2-pointer is good, and it's now 34-13. So that makes up for that extra point that they lost after their first touchdown back in the opening quarter. I'm out.
The Cannonball. The Whip. The Hurricane. Some call Aerolacine a test track. To us, it's an amusement park. And when a car can handle the rides here,
we give it a special name. We call it a Volkswagen.
Now, factory-to-dealer incentives on all new Golfs, Jettas, and GTIs may make additional savings possible.
McDonald's is bringing back all your old favorites for a reunion. A big double cheeseburger reunion.
It's great to be back.
We're reuniting the big taste of 2 all-beef patties.
Ooh-wee.
And golden melted cheese.
My, that's a lovely double cheeseburger you're eating, Mrs. Cleaver.
Thank you, Eddie.
Together with a new large order of crisp golden French fries.
I love French food.
So hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Oh.
It's McDonald's big double cheeseburger reunion.
Y'all come back now, here?
Every night while you're sleeping, UPS is maintaining its status as the only company that delivers overnight to every address coast to coast. And we guarantee it with UPS Next Day Air. And because we're so efficient, we'll still do it for up to half what other companies charge, which is guaranteed to cause our competition some sleepless nights. UPS, we run the tightest ship in the shipping business.
The 1989 Sunkist Fiesta Bowl is brought to you by the Sunkist family of products, where you can be sure of the highest quality every time. You have our word on it. By Volkswagen. Experience German engineering the Volkswagen way. By UPS. For guaranteed overnight delivery from coast to coast, UPS runs the tightest ship in the shipping business. And by your friends at Anheuser-Busch, who remind you to use good sense this holiday season. Know when to say when.
Here's that last touchdown. Tony Rice up for the jumper. Little nice soft follow through with the wrist. And that is worth 6. And then Rice takes care of the 2 free throws, and they get 8 points out of it. It's 34-13.
Excuse me, Dick. Rice 7 for 10 on the day, 213 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Holt said earlier in the week, and I think he was tired of questions about Rice's passing ability, he said if I didn't think he could throw, he'd be practicing his back pedal and covering the out pattern. Well, let's talk about it later, folks. You don't have to ask many questions about that kind of day, do you?
Well, he's working on a tough budget, so he says that's a Christmas present and a birthday present for his mom, who celebrates in Woodruff, South Carolina today. Tony Rice, an outstanding afternoon. Meanwhile, Michigan has pulled within 5 of Southern California in the 3rd quarter of the Rose Bowl. 21-point lead with that 2-point conversion. Now Eugene Napoleon. Adrian Jones and others making Andre Jones making the tackle, number 7. That was a big touchdown drive. Boy, the momentum did shift after the interception, and West Virginia unable to convert. 80 yards, 7 plays.
Major Harris still on the field. They're lined up for a quick start here offensively.
The key to that last drive, of course, was the 57-yard pass from Rice to Waters. Watch out, Stams. Boy, he finds a way to come in on that backside. Nash Pete at Southern California and Walsh at Miami.
Stams and Pritchard, we mentioned that they, along with Stonebreaker, the 3 amigos. Boy, I tell you, they have made their presence felt today. Stonebreaker's been out because of sickness today, but Pritchard and Stams have really been a thorn in the side all day long.
And they get him again. This time it's George Williams, 69. The 282-pound lineman. Well, they know that West Virginia has to pass, and Major Harris under heavy heat.
That's a defensive lineman's dream when you've got a quarterback back there that's got to throw the football.
There's Stams again, who cut off the opposite path.
In the backside. Draw play.
And A.B. stays on his feet. A.B. Brown from Salem, New Jersey.
I think maybe he picked up the... No, another snap. I was going to say, I see a yard marker, but it's the wrong one, and we'll have the punt team. We're talking about those 3 amigos. Stams and Pritchard, they keep teasing Reggie Ho. They tell him if he doesn't do what they want him to do, they're going to marry his sister. He's going to have him in the family for the rest of his life. They're a couple of wild men.
She's one of the assistant trainers on this team. Carrion. This one not a perfect spiral, a low line drive to Waters. Got away from Grant and finally bumped out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Keith Wynn, number 81, with a tackle. Timeout. Notre Dame 34, West Virginia 13.
Volkswagen engineers have spent years refining our front-wheel drive, rack and pinion steering, and four-wheel independent suspension. Because the engineers of Volkswagen believe it's not just how fast you go, but rather how well you go fast. Now, factory-to-dealer incentives on all new Golfs, Jettas, and GTIs may make additional savings possible.
To create new worlds, you need to see in new ways. Be curious. Look at the problem from another direction. Commit yourself to the long term. Keep your mind open. Look for breakthrough ideas. From aerospace to healthcare, we're creating new worlds by seeing in new ways. BASF, the spirit of innovation.
Shearson Lehman Hutton. Stocks returned over 16% in 1988. The one-year CD returned 8%. Stocks returned over 16% in 1988, yet investors put more money into cash investments than ever before. Stocks returned over 16% in 1988, and nobody wants to hear it. Nobody except the long-term investor who reaps the highest rewards. Shearson Lehman Hutton.
It's a $20 million treasure in gold, silver, and jewels, and you could find it.
Someone will strike it rich.
They call him the Heart Attacker. He married 9 women, then stole their money and their hearts.
I would like to see this man get caught.
He was a brutal killer who left her for dead.
I have no memory whatsoever of the attack.
You can help find him. Catch a Criminal on Unsolved Mysteries Wednesday.
Major Harris and the hopes of the Mountaineers and their fans from West Virginia have been smothered by a brilliant game performance by the Irish of Notre Dame, who have moved the ball effectively offensively and have been very tough on defense. And Tony Rice, he put some extra ribbon on that present for his mother's birthday. Mark Green for 11 yards and a first down at the 46. Summits in Orlando make the tackle.
Lou Holtz, who runs that veer so often down in red territory inside the 20 and 10-yard line, a short yardage, coming out and establishing the strength of that offense here at a time when he wants to control the football.
Well, it was Lou Holtz who had his own idol growing up in Ohio as a Notre Dame fan. He was a quarterback. He wore number 32, Johnny Lou Jack. All-America, led the Irish to 2 national championships in the mid-40s. Brooks, short yardage. In fact, he said, I always wanted to wear a 32 if it was available. I wasn't big enough to fight it, many to get it. He only weighs 147 now. He said he's lost 5 pounds during the season, and I sat next to him at the Heisman banquet in New York, and he ate everything they put down. I can't believe. He says, I just eat when I'm hungry, and he seems to eat a lot, but doesn't gain weight.
Well, some of the writers have teased him about looking like an anorexic little Dutch boy. And he is a nervous man. He must burn off incredible amounts of energy moving up and down that sideline.
Fullback gets the call, Banks this time, and he's into West Virginia territory before Ron Ellis can make the tackle.
Dick, we talked early in the ballgame, the great strength of this West Virginia team. They have so many dedicated lifters who work so hard to build their strength, and on the other side, a team that works on strength but is concentrated more on speed. And I think in part because of the kind of athletes they've been able to attract. Lou Holtz, with his great ability to recruit and to go out and reach, has been able to find those very quick athletes. And speed does kill. And maybe even perhaps, as Bear Bryant said, luck does follow speed, because the Irish have been lucky with their fast players today.
Play action, and Rice throwing incomplete to Brown. He won't drop many. Derek Brown, who had some big catches in the first half, this pure freshman from Merritt Island, Florida.
I say lucky. I'm really talking about their ability to be in the right place at the right time.
Well, you know, as a defensive player, every time at Utah State or with the Rams, you had somebody who really had speed. He's just a wide receiver. The whole team worried about it all week. That was the guy you had to stop.
Yeah. You find as many players as this Notre Dame team has that can really move those feet and move those bodies. And we have seen it so well, both on offense and defense, the ability to stretch the defense offensively and to be there defensively.
Bell is the deep man. Lets it go into the end zone. So Sexton not quite able to drop it inside the 5, and the touchback will give West Virginia the ball at the 20-yard line. Time running out. 9:05 left in this 18th Fiesta Bowl.
Have you ever watched people at the market? They all think they know how to pick the best orange. They squeeze, they tap, they shake. I have no idea what she's doing. But all they have to do is twist the wrist. If it says Sunkist, you pick it. Hey, always read the label.
AT&T called this morning. They wanted to know why we switched to MCI. So I told them MCI showed me how with Prism Plus we could consolidate all our Watts lines on our regular business lines. Something they never did for me. Of course, then they said they could do the same thing. I said, then why didn't you tell me that a year ago? End of phone call.
Until you call, you'll never know how much better a long-distance company can be. MCI. Let us show you.
Being neutral, the Swiss enjoy the best of all worlds. Cars from Italy. Clothes from Paris. Shoes from England. And from America, Old Spice Liquid Stick, a new antiperspirant. With the smoothness of a roll-on and the speed of a stick, it also combines the best of all worlds for total protection. After all, nothing's more important to the Swiss than good relations. Old Spice Liquid Stick, the world's most advanced form of protection.
Don Nalen played at Bowling Green the same time I played at Kent State University. We're sister schools, both founded under the same legislative act of 1920. Consequently, they were intense rivalries. I did not have the opportunity to meet Don Nalen when he played at Bowling Green and I was at Kent State, except one time he ran out of bounds by the bench where I was sitting.
Holtz, who is such a clever speaker and is in high demand. Nalen played for Dwight Perry there at Bowling Green. Perry, one of the all-time coaching greats, recently inducted into the Hall of Fame. He's very proud of the heritage Mid-American Conference, Holt at Kent State, Neilan, Bowling Green, Shem Beckler, Miami, Larry Smith, Bowling Green, the SC coach, Bill Mallory of Indiana went to Miami, Jim Young of Army, Bowling Green, all those coaches from the Mid-American Conference with bowl teams. Harris looking long for Phillips. Almost grabbed by Smagala. Yeah, he's the best leaper on the team, and you could see him brace himself. He was targeted for that one all the way, tasting it all the way.
Now, both of these teams have weight programs that involves a lot of jumping, a lot of exercises that work on the explosiveness of the muscles. You see some of the use of that here. All three of those athletes up high, and Smagala angry that he could not control that football.
Not unlike the one Terrell. Remember how high he was when he made the interception. In fact, Phillips had to break it up. Had he not gotten a hand in there, Smagala might have pulled down the interception. Harris pulls it down this time and decides to tuck it away and run out of bounds. And with it has a first down across the 30, a dozen for Major Harris. Time running out. 34-13 Notre Dame. They've led throughout. West Virginia was only behind, what, a little less than 30 minutes their entire season. They've been behind the entire day here in Tempe.
Andy Heck on the sideline.
Harris dumps it off to Taylor, the fullback. And he's all the way out to the 50-yard line. Well, check that Anthony Brown. Anthony Brown, the halfback who was the leading rusher for the Mountaineers, 913 yards on the season, made a nice move. First down. Don't forget the Orange Bowl to follow. The Hurricanes of Miami and Jimmy Johnson, their coach, campaigning that, hey, if we'd made that two-point play at Notre Dame, we'd be #1. Fallen on some deaf ears. He still thinks he's the best team in the country, and there's some support for that against Nebraska and Tom Osborne's Cornhuskers. Harris gunning it deep to Rembert, and broken up by Todd Light. But what a throw. That ball on a line was thrown over 60 yards by Harris, and Rembert, the 6'7" wide receiver, found Light again, a good leaper in front of him.
Todd Light again showing you why speed is so valuable. Look at the position he gets. He doesn't have near the height of a Rembert, but he simply gets good position and then goes up to knock that football away. It's batted here, touched again, almost intercepted by Terrell.
The throw to the sidelines, and the catch is allowed as Bell, who has a touchdown, makes the reception and an 8-yard gain.
I had a chance to talk to Ned Bolkar when I was back at South Bend, and Bolkar, who's had a year that was a little disappointing to him. Many people wanted him to, felt that he would be a much more important cog in the machinery, but Michael Stonebreaker has kind of stepped in and taken a lot of the role that he had played last year. But he said he's looking forward to applying for another year of eligibility. I don't think anyone has really announced that yet, but he said if you want to say it on the air, go ahead and do it.
Harris on the keeper, skipping out of one tackle and then down to the 37-yard line, and a first down.
Now there is Bolkar, who's gone to the sideline momentarily, and because of, well, he's coming back on. Stonebreaker, we mentioned earlier, has been out of the game with a stomach problem, with some flu, and Bolkar has had an outstanding day today. Well, I'm sure Barry Alvarez, the defensive coordinator, will be very pleased if it works out so that he can be back next year.
Harris down the middle. Oh, right off the chest of Jamie Lamond. That ball, again, gunned, and Lamond didn't get his hands on it. That would have been a sure first down.
A must catch. And a courageous second-half performance by an injured quarterback. And we still don't know exactly the nature of the injury, except that it is a shoulder injury. And it's got to have some heavy pain associated with it. And you wonder why the left shoulder will bother you. Well, it takes your whole rhythm as a quarterback. Amazing to me that he can be as effective as he's been.
They take the option, and now it's Pritchett. And Williams throws no one there. That'll be a penalty. There was no receiver in the area. Tried to avoid this sack, and unsuccessfully.
Intentional grounding on the quarterback. Lost it down.
Well, this is something you can't get away with. If you know you're going to get sacked and you throw the football just to avoid it, they're going to drop that yellow hanky down there.
And that's the toughest of penalties. 15 yards and loss of down.
Well, you can't blame Major Harris. He just wanted maybe to avoid one of those hits. They have been on him all afternoon. This has been a dominant Irish defense.
8 minutes left. We'll talk to the winning coach after the game. This game is so much importance and emotional tension for both of these men. Throw deep and no one there. Smagala, the closest man. Anthony Brown, the halfback downfield. And 4th down. Punting team on for West Virginia. And now the Mountaineers know this is not to be the completion of the impossible dream. Impossible in that a team, a 500 team of last year, has emerged as one of the great clubs this year and looking for an all-time 12th win in the season. Terrian kicks to Waters, who lets it bounce. But West Virginia can't get there. It'll come out to the 20. 54, a net of 34. Notre Dame has the ball with 7 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. The national title in their grasp.
For the pride, for the dream, for the love, for the team, for the sweat and for the strive, for the reason you strive.
For all you do, the clean, crisp taste of Beechwood aged Budweiser.
Hey, Slugger, what's happening?
I'm out of here, Dad, and I'm going as far as $3.42 will take me.
Northwest has some of the lowest fares around, but not that low.
Starting this Friday at Burger King, you can get 2. I said 2. Juicy flame broiled burgers for $1. We do it. That's right.
2 burgers for $1.
We do it. Starting this Friday at Burger King.
This is Don Criqui with Bob Trumpy at the Orange Bowl in Miami. Weather is perfect as the Hurricanes and the Cornhuskers are set to meet for the first time in 5 years. It was on January 1, 1984, that Miami, then led by Bernie Kosar, won a national title with an upset victory over Nebraska. Tonight, Steve Walsh leads the way, while his counterpart is Steve Taylor, a big play QB for the Cornhuskers, who come in with the #1 rushing offense in America. We'll be back with the Orange Bowl shortly. Now back to Dick and Merlin at the Fiesta Bowl. All right, Don Criqui, as we look at a live shot out over the rim of the stadium. Sun falling here in the Valley of the Sun. Here's the Notre Dame perfect slate. Michigan, Michigan State, Purdue, 3 Big Ten teams, and Stanford, Pittsburgh. The big game, Miami in South Bend, 31-30. Perhaps the game of the year. Air Force, Navy, Rice, Penn State, and then Southern California, 27-10 in Los Angeles, and the Trojans were #1 at the time. Notre Dame, 7 minutes and 42 seconds left, leading 34-13. Rodney Culver, the freshman. Boy, he's a little bullet, isn't he? 9 yards in a hurry.
Dick, when you look at that Notre Dame success of this season, and yet go back to the first game of the season when 15 of the 22 starters were only in their first or second start at their position. It's hard to have imagined at that point that there would be all of this success.
Lou Holtz has brought in Steve Bellis. He's not in at quarterback for Tony Rice, but he's an all-purpose. He's the Irish answer to Jim Jensen, the all-purpose back of the Miami Dolphins. Bellis, #8, plays special teams, plays tailback, is the backup quarterback. And he's from Phoenix, Arizona. So this is a big moment for him. He gets the call and straight ahead for the first down to the 34-yard line. Bellis is a senior, 6'4" and 211 pounds. Chris Herring made the tackle.
I think you will begin to see a lot of substitutions in the last 5 or 6 minutes of this game. Both of these coaches know how important this bowl appearance is to their players. I want to give them an opportunity to be on the field today.
One of those in now, number 80, Steve Alanese, who has not played much today, comes in with a play. Where's number 80 from Edinburgh, Texas? Clock ticks away. 6:42, 6:41, 6:40. Notre Dame. Still another national trophy, apparently. And this was the team that was supposed to be a year away from the national championship. Culver called him little. Well, it's 6 feet tall and 212 pounds is small.
I think this has not been a Mountaineer day, but it has been an outstanding year for them. And for the players that graded out on the year over 80%, they're given the honor of being put into the Mountaineer Club. In 86, there was just one member of that club. 87, 16 this year, 46 members. To give you a sense of the kind of success they've had. There's no question they're disappointed in what's happened here today, and you can feel how heavy that load is. But they should be proud of what they have accomplished during this very miraculous 1988 season.
Ellis on second down. Gets a couple out near the 38-yard line. Steve Grant, the Miami freshman, number 4, makes the tackle. It's Miami and Nebraska next from the Orange Bowl.
You can ask a lot of questions, but one that we'll ask is what would have happened had Major Harris not been hurt on that third offensive play.
He doesn't play defense, and the Irish have 34 points.
You're right about that. You are right about that.
Well, it's often they say things happen in threes, and how true that is for the Notre Dame football program and its rich and great history. There's to give to Waters on the reverse. And he is brought down just shy of the first down. They'll bring up 4th down and 1. Chris Herring made another stop along with Summits.
Let's go back to your thought about Marshall, or about Major not playing on defense. And one of the things I said, and I really believe it, that his leadership carries over to the defensive team. And I felt that going into this game, he needed to have a fast start in order to lift the confidence level of both the offense and the defense. That did not happen. And I think that had a major impact on the team's performance today.
Major impact indeed. Grandis Bell is back at the 20-yard line. Sexton to punt. 4:17 left. Ooh, very close to blocking was Pickett. And he might have gotten a piece of it as that ball slices right into the Irish sidelines and goes out of bounds way up at the 40-yard line. 17 yards on the punt. 4 minutes and 11 seconds to go.
Someday, every international air express company will have it all. 24-hour customer service, advanced tracking systems, and their own fleet of planes flying to Europe, Canada, and Japan, just like Federal Express. Until then, the others will just have to pretend.
Nice lightning.
Worldwide service from Federal Express.
The Cannonball. The Whip. The Hurricane. Some call Air Lacine a test track. To us, it's an amusement park. And when a car can handle the rides here, we give it a special name. We call it a Volkswagen. Now, factory-to-dealer incentives on all new Golfs, Jettas, and GTIs may make additional savings possible.
All I had was a salad and a little dressing to make it taste good. That's hardly any calories.
I only had broiled fish for lunch. That's not fattening.
Just broccoli with a little butter. It's nothing.
Hey, if you're going to eat light, then do it right with a squeeze of fresh sun-kissed lemon. You get a lot of flavor, not a lot of calories. Sun-kissed lemon. You can count on it for flavor. You have our word on it.
So apparently Notre Dame will win still another national title, and has to be disappointing for the folks waiting down in Miami. I guess they were rooting tie.
Well, they wanted an opportunity to do something, but it doesn't take away from the great matchup they have in the Orange Bowl, and I know all of us are looking forward to getting a chance to watch that game as well. The sense in this ball game, the reality of the game of football, somebody wins and somebody loses, and there is great pain on the losing side always and great elation in winning. I guess that's what makes the game so exciting.
Well, you don't remember who finishes second in the big ones, whether it be the Super Bowl or a game like this.
One of the things that I enjoyed at my visit to Morgantown in West Virginia, a little bit of Don Nehlen's coaching philosophy. He said, I believe in being tough on these guys in practice. And he said, we grind on them pretty hard. But he said, I tell my assistant coaches, you never want to let them leave the locker room unhappy. You got to love them a little bit, make sure they love you as well. A lot of love on that team and a lot of happiness on the other side of the line. As Notre Dame has had it go their way throughout this afternoon.
We talked about good things and bad things happen in threes. Well, these are the good things for Notre Dame football, and I guess it's almost as like the script writers. You look at Rockne and Leahy and Parsegian and Devine. They didn't have national championships in Rockney's days voted by the fans, but Leahy in his third year, Parsegian in his third year, and Dan Devine was here in Arizona in his third year, won the national championship. This is Rico Tyler, a big fullback, rumbling down to the 37-yard line. And Rockney, in his third year, was the mythical national championship team in 1920. That was the year of George Gipp, and Gipp in the next to last game against Northwestern with pneumonia and would die later in December. Storied movie with Pat O'Brien. George Gipp played by President Ronald Reagan. Well, Lou Holtz is in his third year. And we will talk to Lou Holtz at the conclusion of this game. He's really hidden any feelings about this being an important game. I'm wondering if, after it now becomes reality, that he too has followed in the footsteps of those great coaching giants under the Golden Dome at Notre Dame, whether he'll finally be able to come out and say, hey, this is one of the highlights of my life, or will he allow himself that emotional privilege at this time? Greg Jones is the quarterback now. This guy's got a major league arm, but he hands off to Eugene Napoleon, and with both sides using reserves, it's Napoleon out of bounds at the Notre Dame 28-yard line. 3:10 left. Napoleon transferred from the University of Pittsburgh. Well, the good news is that talent will be back at West Virginia for 2 more years. The Major, and that is his real name. It was his uncle's name. He didn't like it as a kid, he said, but said it kind of plays rather nicely now.
We talked to you about that offensive line of Smider, Kovac, Koken, Stroya, Phillips, all graduating this year. But during the season, Don Nehlen has alternated on every third down a second unit in there of Redwine and Wolfley and Price, Parker and Lynn, and all except Redwine will be back to block for the Major next year.
There's Dan Devine, who was a resident here in the Phoenix area. Notre Dame coach who also brought a national championship with Tony Rice. They'll go for it on 4th down, 4th and about 2.5. Jones rifles it to Tyler, and Tyler has a first down at the 21. He's bigger than his 214 pounds listed as the media guy.
At the end of the season, Don Nehlen got his team together and said, we're going to vote on a most valuable player for the year. And Orlando held up his hand. He said, Coach, do we really need to do that? Well, of course, Major Harris was the most valuable player. We may not need to vote too hard here today.
For our most valuable player, that seems quite apparent as Tyler up the middle inside the 20. Wes Pritchett, who dedicated this season. You know, there are a lot to this game, and all of us with sons, or those of us that look to our fathers for leadership and love. Wes Pritchett's father, a serious stroke last summer, and he's dedicated this season to his dad, who has not been able to enjoy it as much as all would have liked in the Pritchett household down in Atlanta. Jones, but his receiver, Rimber, calls down, and that'll bring up 3rd down. Jones transferred from the University of Miami and didn't know about Major Harris when he tried to get out from under all the great quarterback talent at University of Miami. He thought he could come up and get a lot of action.
He was behind Vinny Testaverde there, and of course, I don't think Don Nehlen knew much about Major Harris. Knew he was a talent, but did not expect the kind of explosion he got when Harris finally got his opportunity.
Now, the flag has been thrown. Let's find out.
Ball, unsportsmanlike on the defense, 1st down.
Well, that's the 3rd or 4th dead ball foul against the Irish. 4th time they've been ticketed, and Lou Holtz, I think, is arguing. Well, he is with the official. I'm sure he doesn't like to see that unsportsmanlike conduct. That usually doesn't reflect well. And he brings out Don Grimm. Grimm, the brother of Russ Grimm, the Washington Redskin lineman who played and starred at Pittsburgh. With the foul, it's down inside the 10, first and goal for West Virginia. And through the hands of Grantis Bell. And a little extra after the play. Well, the most valuable player in today's Sun-Kissed Fiesta Bowl game is Tony Rice from Notre Dame. Sun-Kissed will donate $2,500 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Arizona in Rice's name. Congratulations to Notre Dame and their underclassman quarterback, Tony Rice. He threw for over 200 yards. He had some big runs. It was a battle of quarterbacks, and Rice just saw, along with his teammates, the announcement, he is the most valuable player. Napoleon stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Jeff Alm, so a lot of the first-string defensive players still in there for Notre Dame. Another flag goes down after the ball. They see themselves on the giant screen.
Unsportsmanlike defense, first down.
Well, that doesn't, that's a shame. It doesn't reflect well on something down there on the Notre Dame side of the field. And here comes Lou Holtz.
Lou wants to know what's going on
He's
here.
saying, take the guy out or what? Well, let's not guess what he's saying.
And now Lou Holtz is going to get a penalty.
Yeah, he's got it. Chris Zorich, we'd have no idea. They don't give you quite the information you get in the NFL as they protect the player's name on penalties. And he's just telling his players, whatever it is.
He is very upset. And he is an eye-to-eye coach. And believe me, he plays the game tight in the way it should be played.
See, fans are booing him, but they may be misunderstanding why he was out there.
He not only brought back electricity, but he brought back some eye-to-eye punch down there. I was at their scrimmage one day in South Bend here a couple of weeks ago, and one of the players clipped someone else during the scrimmage, and he went out right now and got a hold of him and was eye-to-eye. This is a man that wants the game played the way it should be played.
Reverse to Rembert, who scored several times on that play and gets one here in the Fiesta Bowl. And the Irish, boy, their tempers are still up. 34-19 the score.
I wonder if some of those aren't taunting calls.
That's what it sounded as if they were saying.
Of course,
the blow of youth and victory.
Ejected. I think someone's been tossed from the game. I think that was the signal there.
You were talking about the toughness of Holtz, and he's self-deprecating with his humor, his lisp, how little he is, wasn't a great student in high school and all that. But when he was introduced as the new Notre Dame coach, apparently one of the players kind of had his feet up over a chair as he walked in. He just kicked the foot out of the way and says, "You men sit up in your chairs." And he immediately, before he even said hello, said, "I'm the new coach here, and you're going to respect discipline." So that has to really upset him. What is happening now? He can't. That's going to kind of ruin the party for him.
He also added workouts at 5:30 in the morning 4 days a week. And he said, this is the way we're going to get our discipline back here. And a lot of the players credit that with bringing this team back together. They said they had to get together to survive those workouts at 5:30 in the morning. He's not afraid to go in there and grab a hold of it. One day when Tony Rice not having a good day on the practice field, Holtz went in and sacked him himself. Knocked him right down.
Well, he plays in that bookstore basketball tournament.
He's physical. He is physical and not afraid to get involved. Here's what the official is looking at right there. Now let's see what happens at the end of that. And that is the player, I think, that was ejected. Oh, he touched the official. That's what he was called for.
Juan Francisco.
Now, knocked the hat off the official, and not allowed to do that.
So they're going to go for the two-point play. West Virginia. Certainly a conversion here will make the final score more respectable. But merely cosmetics in terms of this national championship game, which has been clearly won by Notre Dame. Jones on a reverse and 2 on the conversion. That makes it 34-21.
Well, a lot of the planned celebrations will be dampered in Morgantown and throughout West Virginia.
Yeah,
there have been some good plays here today for their team as well, Dick.
Well, they're still going to have a welcome home party apparently for the team sometime late next week. And with all the thrills that this team has given the entire state, boy, there you see why Rembert, he's back next year as well. He is going to be high on the NFL list. He's a talent.
If he was available in the draft this year, wouldn't surprise me to see him go in the first round.
Executive producer of NBC Sports is Michael Weissman. The coordinating producer of NBC football coverage, Ted Nathanson. Today's telecast produced by Kenneth Roy Edmondson. Directed by Andy Rosenberg. Replay producer Jeff Himes. Our technical director, Marilyn Altman. And our tens of men and women with all that talent, with the picture and the sounds, our thanks to you. And to Joe Costanza, our statistician. Jim Daves from Notre Dame, and Michael Fragale from West Virginia. Their sports information office has been terrific in helping us here in the booth, along with Dennis Mnuchin and Bill Colon. Our thanks to Bruce Skinner, the executive producer of the Fiesta Bowl. Another great job, along with John Junker, his associate, Tom Sadler, Herman Fraser, and, of course, the Fiesta Bowl 18 president, Phil Mata. The onside kick. Did it go 10 yards? West Virginia recovered, but I don't believe
think it did. I think it was about 9.5. What are they going to say here? It looked like it was short.
And that's
first down.
Notre Dame gets it at the 41. We would be remiss as well, Merlin, if we didn't congratulate the queen of this Fiesta Bowl. Well, let's see this again first.
The ball will be touched right there, and it's obviously just shy of that 10-yard mark. Ned Bolcar, number 47, turned official there. He said, wait a minute, guys, that didn't go 10 yards. And, of course, the ball goes over on an illegal touch.
Kent Graham, 17, is the new quarterback. He's a sophomore from Wheaton, Illinois. As we're down to the final minute and 10, and they run it into the center of the line with Bellis, the senior from here in Phoenix.
Lots of clean uniforms and shiny helmets out there as both coaches put some athletes on the field who have worked so hard this year and deserve the opportunity to share this memory with their teammates.
Final seconds tick away. Sarah Hansen was the queen of this Fiesta Bowl festival. She's a student at Arizona State and the daughter of Tom and Melva Hansen, the commissioner of the Pac-10 Conference. Tom Hansen. Sarah Hansen wins that honor. And the Grand Marshal was Janet Evans, who won 3 gold medals in Seoul. And there it is, the final seconds tick away, and Notre Dame will duly celebrate a national championship. No doubt the Irish are number 1. It's not with hope and with all the heart that every fan has for their team that we're number 1. No question, it's now reality for the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame and their fans, number 1 in the 1988 collegiate football season as they defeat West Virginia 34-21. Now to the Orange Bowl, Don Crickey and Bob Trumpy.
Thank you, Dick. We're revved up and ready to go here. 75,000 for the 55th Orange Bowl game. The numbers 2 and 6 teams nationally. It's interesting that Nebraska comes in as the number 16 nationally, is the home team here. But the Cornhuskers feel they're not getting a lot of respect from Miami. The Hurricanes, as you know, talk a good game as well as play one. One of their linebackers, Trump Randy Shannon, said of the All-American from Nebraska, Broderick Thomas, he's an average linebacker. All our linebackers would make all Big 8.
Yeah, Broderick Thomas is 6'5", 245, and runs the 40 and 4.5. That's a little better than an average linebacker for any football team. He is a big man in their defensive scheme for Nebraska.
Jimmy Johnson, the Miami coach, has been campaigning all week that this game could be for the national championship. He did not look pleased going off the field at the start of pregame warm-ups. This is a very big game, regardless of what happened at the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, but Notre Dame certainly shut them out to Jimmy Johnson a few minutes ago.
So tonight, it's Johnson and the Hurricanes against Tom Osborne and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Osborne looking to avenge that loss 5 years ago. Now let's go back to the Fiesta Bowl to Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen. Dick?
Congratulations, Coach Hope. You have to be the #1 team in the nation. What do you feel?
I'm very delighted for the players, relieved. I'm disappointed ended up there with all the penalties at the end, but it's great to win. I'm happy for the players. They played great.
Tony Rice was sensational today.
He was. That West Virginia is a fine team. I thought our players played outstanding. Now that it's all over, I can say this. They compete. They're an outstanding team. They beat the number 2, 3, 4 team and won 12 games. What more can you ask from them?
Well, Coach, you did a pretty good job of putting this football team together, and an outstanding execution by this team today.
Well, it was a team effort. All of them came together. We had the plan to carry the seniors off the field. Those are the guys that gave us the leadership.
Well, there can be no doubt that Notre Dame is back at the top of college football. Coach Holt, congratulations for a job well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And in a crush, and congratulations to Reggie Rucker to be able to extricate Coach Holtz from the crowd of Notre Dame fans as they celebrate. Lou Holtz, predictably, acknowledging his team as they beat West Virginia 34-21. Well, there are always two sides to every story, and a man who's had his greatest year in coaching. He called this the greatest opportunity of his coaching career. West Virginia head man Don Nehlen, who's not only brought a winner to West Virginia, he's brought national esteem. He's with Reggie Rucker.
Coach, I know you're disappointed, but you've had a great year.
Oh yeah, this has been a great season. We didn't play very well. Major was hurt the first half, but Notre Dame is a better football team than we are. They beat us up front. They deserved to win. They were better than we were. Proud of our guys, but Notre Dame deserved to win. They beat us up.
Thank you, Coach. Very classy answer by Coach Nehlen.
Well, Merlin Olsen, I guess the country, and we would be included in that, we're hoping that it might come down to that, the way they used to write those Notre Dame movie scripts where it come down to the final play. It wasn't to be. It was Notre Dame basically all the way.
We can go back to what we said at the very beginning of the day. It was a day when the toughest job belonged to the West Virginia offense, and particularly to Major Harris. That injury, I'm sure, cut his efficiency, but not enough to account for the great job done by the defense of the Notre Dame team and by the outstanding job done by their offense as well. They deserve this big victory.
But in 3 years, a man who won't take the bow but deserves it as well is Lou Holtz. He now indeed, whether he wants to or not, belongs with the greats in Notre Dame football history. Rockne, Leahy, Parsegian, Devine, Holtz. Notre Dame 34, West Virginia 21.
Tomorrow, it's Tibbs' most tragic mistake.
Oh, good Lord, it's a girl, Virgil.
Now he's a cop at odds with the law.
I'm on your side.
And at war with the town.
He shot that child down like she was a dog.
And it's up to Chief Gillespie.
What's going to happen to him?
To reveal the secret and clear his name.
In the heat of the night.
Tomorrow.
It's year-end bonus time at your Super Chevy dealer. Buy Chevy S10 pickup and save up to $2,400.
Buy a Chevy S10 Blazer and save up to $2,400.
Save on cars, too.
Buy a Chevy full-size pickup and save up to $1,800.
It's a buyer's market with bonus savings, cashback, and option discounts. Get your year-end bonus now at your Super Chevy dealer.
It's down to the last 4 days.
We're being watched.
Mike seems to have a lot of credibility.
He is a very believable person.
It's his bright brown eyes.
I watch Channel 11 News. I like Edie Tarbox and Mike. They look good together, work good together. That's the only news I do watch when I watch. I switched to Channel 11.
It has a certain personality to it.
More and more people are watching Mike and Edie on Channel 11 News.
We love Mike and Edie.
The mission of Mercy is plain and simple.
At Mercy, we believe that people,
All people are sacred and worthy of care, dignified care.
care that involves the whole person, mentally, physically, spiritually.
It's plain and simple. Mercy believes that people should care for people, and we do.
Happy holidays from all of us at Channel 11.
Over the years, the Orange Bowl has delivered some of the great moments in college football history, like this, with Johnny Rodgers of Nebraska.
What a run! He will go all the way!
Newman taking the handoff back to Cody for Hurd, and look at the catch! Touchdown! Todd back looking for Newsom. It is intercepted by Barnett. Reggie Barnett. Hughes tries to drag him down, and Barnett goes out of bounds. And there might have gone the last glimmering chance for the Crimson Tide from Alabama.
He's getting the throw. There he goes. Touchdown, Huskers, and Nebraska's right back in it. This is for the national championship for Nebraska. Oklahoma, that far away from the national championship. Back to the run go the Sooners, and they break a big one. Off and running is Lydell Carr, and he is going to go the distance. Lydell Carr is standing up, and the national championship, which certainly now belongs to Coach Switzer and his Sooners. Walsh again is well taken care of. Lofting the ball. Irvin is open. Touchdown, Miami. And next, as Championship Monday continues on NBC Sports, Miami Hurricanes come back for an Orange Bowl encore tonight. In the 55th Orange Bowl Classic, it is the Hurricanes of Miami against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Big night at the 55th Orange Bowl, where weather conditions are perfect, as Miami and Nebraska meet for the first time in 5 years since they last met for the national championship in January of 1984. Good evening, everyone. Don Crickey with Bob Trumpy. Two great offenses match tonight, but they do it different ways. Miami has become almost exclusively a passing team. Nebraska runs the ball, then runs it more and more. But when you look at Miami, Trump, you have to look at their All-American quarterback, Steve Walsh. He's a great one.
He's an absolute dandy. He's thrown 29 touchdown passes this year, been sacked just 4 times. They try to get the ball almost exclusively to Cleveland Gary, running back out of the backfield. They've basically taken the playbook of the Miami Dolphins, adapted it to their football team, and this is one of the most sophisticated passing games you can find in college football.
Power and execution, the key to Nebraska's offense. They're the #1 rushing team in the country. Average over 380 yards a game, running the ball over 6 yards a carry. And the key guy is Steve Taylor, their quarterback. He has to have big plays for Nebraska to win.
No doubt about it. He's their leading touchdown scorer with 13. This is the biggest worry Jimmy Johnson and his defense has. How are they going to contain Steve Taylor? He takes a busted play, turns it into 80 yards. This is a big play offense. This is a quick strike offense that Miami must deal with tonight.
There's not a lot of affection between these two teams. For more on that and the mood of the game, let's go to the sidelines into Jim Gray. Jim?
Don, I had the opportunity to visit both locker rooms. The mood in the Miami locker room, very surprisingly, is upbeat. A lot of guys joking around, having a good time. I talked
talked to Jimmy Johnson. He said his team knows the result of the Fiesta Bowl. They're not going to worry about it. They're not going to emphasize it. They're just going to go ahead and play. On the Nebraska side, very quiet and subdued, very businesslike. Tom Osborne said that's just how he wants it. Let's get emotional when we're on the field, not in the locker room. Let's go back upstairs to you, Don.
And we're set to go as Coach Johnson looks down on the sidelines. Miami has won the toss, and they'll receive to start the game. As Tom Osborne, his counterpart, Brennan, kicks it off. And coming downfield, the ball goes, is taken there by Spencer. Darrell Spencer running it back, gets across the 20 to about the 23-yard line. And there, the Hurricanes go on offense first and 10. To give you an idea how productive they are throwing it, this year the Redskins led the NFL with 33 touchdown passes in 16 games. Steve Walsh in Miami and his backup have combined for 35 touchdown passes in just 11 games. Walsh has thrown for 29. Cleveland Gary's his top receiver, 57 catches this year. Dawkins and Hill, the wideouts. Their top receiver, Andre Brown, was suspended for this game. No reason was given. Swing pass. Cleveland Gary. Nebraska had a shot at him, and on first down, Gary breaks across and gets to about the 26-yard line. With a nose tackle, Lawrence Pete ran him down for the Huskers. Cleveland Gary, a transfer from Georgia. There is the front three of Nebraska. Pete's had a big year. Kent Wells, the pro scouts think could be a first-rounder a year hence. He's a junior. Roderick Thomas is the key. He'll be a top 5 pick in the NFL. Consensus All-American. Secondary, seen a lot of balls thrown at him this year. The Big 8 does pass. And Walsh will be pitching a lot tonight. Right now he puts it up on 2nd and 6. An out pattern. Taken down. As Lorenzo Hicks was covering on the play. And Pee Wee Smith, number 18, is the man who received the ball. He's not that small, Pee Wee Trump, 6'1", 180.
He's a receiver that is new to the system, still learning what's going on for the University of Miami, but the Miami offense is a 3- and 5-step drop offense. They try to go with the timing pass. They try very hard just to get the ball out there and hope somebody breaks the tackle. And there you see a hand on the face mask, no flag, but it brings up about a 3rd down and 4.
3rd and 4 it is. Miami with split backs. Walsh, well protected, stands in, fires a strike to Chudzinski, his tight end. A sure-handed player from Toledo, Ohio, who was virtually not recruited. Rob Chudzinski's ahead for a gain of 19 yards, and the Hurricanes hit the long pass early.
Don Chudzinski, a big play receiver for Miami on 3rd down. That's his 31st catch of this football season now in 1989. 23 of those 30 catches have gone for 1st down. And one of the things that Miami's going to have to worry about, that defensive front of Nebraska on him after he throws the ball.
Pitch back. Cleveland Gary at 225 takes on tacklers. A 1st and 10 carry, and he crossed midfield. Here's a marker down. As the gain is good for about 2 yards. The big, strong safety for the Huskers, Reggie Cooper, 17, came up to hit him, along with a very fast linebacker, Leroy Etienne. Face mask call from referee Jimmy Harper, and the call is against Nebraska. Tom Osborne.
Doing the run and incidental face mask on the defensive team, 5 yards. It's not a 1st down.
He's been answering Trump questions about going for 2 when he could have tied and won a national championship for 5 years. I think he's heard that question enough.
I think he's going to get another opportunity to play for the national championship, even though this football team of Nebraska has an awful lot of seniors on it. Tom Osborne feels that he has great talent coming up in the next 2 or 3 years at Nebraska.
Both these clubs do. First and short now on the penalty. Long ball going for it all as he airs it out, and it's Fryer could not hang on to the interception. Charles Fryer, who's intercepted 4 this year. He is a cousin of Irving Fryer of New England Patriot fame. Darrell Dawkins was the intended receiver.
Even though Miami likes to dink the ball down the field, throw it out in the flat, in order to get respect from the defense, you will see the ball thrown deep. That time, there's another face mask. Now, this one's not called on Miami. That time you see pressure once again. Kent Wells right at the legs of Steve Walsh.
That could be our penalty of the night. Face mask. And so now the Hurricanes in the scoreless game set up 2nd down and 3. Just across midfield. Quick back Leonard Conley takes it at the Nebraska defense down to the 40, and he appears to have a 1st down. Kent Wells, a 285 touchdowns. Dawkins goes wide left. Miami a basic pro set offense out of the I formation now. First and 10. Play fake. Nicely done. And here is a throw and a hard stick put on by Lorenzo Hicks. And he freed the ball from the tight end Judzinski. Walsh, among other things, Trump's an excellent ball handler. Freezes those backers with the play fake.
But this is rather unusual. This Miami offense is a straight drop-back offense. It's not normal for Miami to go back and use any play action whatsoever. This is the 8th play of this drive now that Miami has had to start the game against Nebraska. They are a move-the-chains offense with Steve Walsh. They don't get sacked much, and when they don't turn the ball over, they are very difficult to beat.
That is the bottom line in Miami. When the Canes don't turn it over, they don't lose. They've won 25 straight in the Orange Bowl. Walsh had a hurry there as the All-American. Game of blitzing. Roderick Thomas blew over the tackle. Crowell was also on the blitz. And Mike Crowell and Thomas got to the quarterback, so Walsh did well just to get rid of the ball. He's only been sacked, Steve Walsh, 4 times this season.
That's an all-out blitz, too. You got Roderick Thomas at ATN and Crowell coming in on the quarterback, so you can see that Nebraska already not really known as a blitzing team, trying to put a little added pressure on Steve Walsh in his opening drive. These are very active, very big linebackers for the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Walsh, you see a 60% throw. Tremendous touchdown to interception ratio. Very smart. He searches the defense for an opening. And now he could have a delay of game with 12:07 left to go in the first quarter and no score. Miami moving on its opening drive.
It's a dead ball foul. Delay of game.
It's a delay of game indeed, and so the ball Trump has moved back to the 46. That was the 9th play of the drive that they tried to get off.
And you tell that officiating crew is from the Southeast Conference? I'm just
a Dixie in there?
Yeah, I just noticed just a slight accent. Not serious, but just a slight accent on that officiating crew. They are out of the Southeast Conference as Jimmy Harper is the referee.
They're all very good or they wouldn't be here.
Absolutely.
Third down, 15 to go for Miami. Opening drive. Walsh with a 12-yard drop. Lofts it long. He's got a man, but Leonard Connolly can't get to the ball at the 19-yard line. Walsh is not known as a long-distance passer. Does not have the arm of some of the previous Miami QBs like Kosar or Kelly. More like Kosar.
This is a double wing set by the Miami Hurricanes. They run a lot of different formations. They try very desperately to get single coverage a lot of plays. Hicks was kind of fooled a little bit on it. And Conley was open. Walsh just overthrew him a little bit.
Dana Brinson is back deep now. Tim Kalal is the punter in for Miami, standing back at his 40. He lost a very fine punt into the night air of South Florida that Brinson likes hop, and the Hurricanes are down at the 2-yard line. Big-time special teams play. That's Bernard Clark, who was the MVP of last year's Orange Bowl, who downed it.
From now on, this is what dry is. Dry is a beer that starts bold from the first taste, finishes clean with no aftertaste, and refreshes completely. Dry is a beer called Michelob Dry. One taste, and you'll drink it dry.
One night, not too many years from now, some companies will have great cause for celebration. They'll be the ones who used information and technology, not merely as a way to compute, but as a way to compete. Anderson Consulting would like to help you be one of them.
Astronomers tell us there won't be a total eclipse in America until the year 2017. They are very much mistaken. This is the year of the eclipse. Introducing the Eclipse GS Turbo by Mitsubishi. Try not to stare.
'49 Orange Bowl is brought to you by Mitsubishi, bringing you the new Eclipse Sports Coupe. See it at your Mitsubishi Motors dealer. By new Michelob Dry. One taste and you'll drink it dry. By Magnavox. Smart products for smart people. Magnavox. Smart. Very smart. And by Federal Express, with worldwide service to over 100 countries.
Don Quiggy with Bob Trumpy, 11:50 to go, first quarter. Nebraska gets the ball for the first time, but they get it deep in their own end after an excellent punt by Kalal. 42-yarder down to the 3. Clark, the I-back, nothing at all. While Nebraska is sensational running the ball, best in the country statistically, Miami is equally tough stopping the run. They give up only 2.2 yards to the rush. They gave up none there. Taylor at quarterback. Carpenter's the blocker. Clark has rushed for 15 yards, and very few people talk about him outside of the Big 8. He's in the same conference with the Heisman Trophy winner, Barry Sanders. Offensive line is always for the Huskers huge. Glazer, 70, the right tackle, could end up a great one. 300 pounds, and he can run, a junior. 2nd and 10. Hand up, Clark goes wide. Breaks the gap, and he gets out close to the 8-yard line. Rod Carter, a running knockout tackler, comes over from the middle, 91, and made the pop. And that's Farms. The free safety is also up on the play.
See those linebackers cheating to the line of scrimmage. 91. Clark there to help in the tackle. Or Carter there to help in the tackle. Clark, a young man who in the first 6 games of the season for Nebraska rushed for 481 yards. And in the last 6, 1,016.
Interesting, he said everybody asked him what the difference was. He said, I stopped worrying about getting hurt. He's had some injury problems. He's a junior, not big, 5'9", 200. Option. On 3rd down and 5, Miami sticks and stops the run as they shut down Taylor on his first carry. Russell Maryland, sophomore defensive tackle from Chicago. Number 67 comes off the field, and so now, Trump, Nebraska's got to punt it from deep in their own end.
And Jimmy Johnson and his team gets an awful lot of attention to their offense, but Jimmy Johnson feels that the front 7 players of his defense are the key to the Miami football program. They can stop their opponent, their offense can beat them.
They stopped him there, 3 downs and out on Nebraska's first possession. No score. Here is a punt hopping downfield. Picking the ball up is Spencer, and Darrell Spencer breaks it for the moment, and he is inside the 35-yard line. So the Hurricanes, with their second possession, now have very good field position. It's 0-0, but Miami's in position to challenge.
It's almost as if someone once said, just in case people like sunshine and water, we had better make Florida. And we'd better make miles of beautiful beaches, just in case people want to go to them. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo territory, all across America. And nationwide, Alamo's the only company that can give you all those miles for free, including the 315 miles of sunshine on a road we call A1A.
Someday, all Air Express companies will have landing rights in Japan, just like Federal Express. But until then, you'll just have to pretend.
I may look like older engines, but I'm really a complex 80s kind of guy, very high-tech. So take me to Precision Tune. They'll tap my inner feelings, tune me up, and guarantee it. They could only help me with my fear of the dark.
Precision Tune. We guarantee it.
It might be the best Cosby ever, as Vanessa goes too far, and Dad says, I want the boy. Then Different World rocks with the first musical protest. And on Cheers, Sammy tries to take a mother-daughter fantasy to the limit.
Why is my voice so high?
And here John finally hits pay dirt. A wild new night Thursday.
Gail Gardner in New York. It is all over in Pasadena as Michigan's Bo Schembechler finally wins the second Rose Bowl of his career. Last gasp for USC. Rodney Peete rolling right. It's intercepted by John Milligan. Michigan wins 22-14 as Trojans and Larry Smith lose in Pasadena for the second year in a row. Let's go back to Miami.
Thank you, Gail. Quite a comeback by the Wolverines. Were they down 14-3 in that game?
Like that. That's unusual for a Big Ten team to come back like that, too.
We'll be updating all the bowl games of today momentarily, as right now we have Miami with the ball. First down and 10. They start after the punt from the Nebraska end zone. Lorenzo Hicks, number 8. He's a player that Miami has targeted to throw the ball at a lot, but that time he got him with the rush.
That's just the 5th time that Steve Walsh has been sacked in 1988 as you look at the scores of the other ball games.
Syracuse on NBC Sports earlier with an impressive win over LSU in the Hall of Fame Bowl. UCLA in command throughout and winning the Cotton Bowl over Arkansas. Clemson takes on and beats Oklahoma in the Florida Citrus Bowl. And in the national championship game, Notre Dame prevails over West Virginia 34-21. Irish hold out in front 9-0, were never challenged in the game. Cleveland Gary straight ahead on a 2nd and 16 play, gets down close to the 31-yard line. Gain on the play of about 9 yards.
Don, Nebraska is coming out here with 5 defensive backs. That's why you had that blitz by Hicks on the previous play. Lewis is the 5th defensive back, so Walsh is looking to the underneath. It looks like Broderick Thomas, 89, was the guy who was supposed to be there in coverage. 47, Etienne finally makes the tackle. Let's see if they got... Again, they have 5 defensive backs in the ball game.
Walsh is 6'3", 195. He'll wait for the last possible moment to release the ball. All his receivers are always ready because he spreads the ball around. Pitch back Leonard Connolly, the fastest backfield man, loses his hat but keeps on trucking, and Leonard Connolly is inside the 25-yard line, and it appears he might have a first down. He does. Will they spot the ball?
Etienne again on the tackle. He's a guy who has not really been very reliable for Miami this year. Conley, a very, very small player. Around 5'9", weighs close to 170. Etienne grabs him right by the helmet as Conley cuts inside and gets nothing but the helmet.
And so the Miami Hurricanes move on now. First down and 10. Scoreless game. Ball at the Nebraska 23-yard line. Pitch back. Fred Highsmith runs the ball and gets to about the line of scrimmage. Fred's almost a pensioner, 27 years old. He was in the United States Air Force before going to Miami.
I would imagine, too, there's no player on the field who loves playing more than Fred Highsmith.
Good player. From Jacksonville, he's a senior, 6'1", 225.
Don, in this situation now, all season long, you see 84 in your picture there, Chudzinski. This is the guy that Steve Walsh likes to go to in these situations where they can throw it to the end zone.
Walsh with a 3-step drop, tip ball, but it's caught anyway. Chudzinski lost it. That could be a live ball. They're ruling it an incomplete pass.
Nebraska is putting great pressure on Steve Walsh. Every time he throws it, he's getting up off the ground. He's now 4 of 9 for 34 yards. Chudzinski, he's out there with Blazek, number 23, the academic All-American nickelback. And Walsh really gets hammered. Watch once again. The ball is tipped by Broderick Thomas, 89. Walsh is on his back. Chudzinski almost makes the catch.
Walsh Trump says he likes Chudzinski. He's the only guy that was recruited by fewer schools than I was. Only 3 recruited Walsh. Louisville, Iowa State, and Miami. Now he's an All-American. They won national championship on his belt. Here's a throw to Connolly, and he's in. So Walsh on 3rd down takes a look and drills it right up the middle, and super fast Leonard Connolly out of the backfield splits the zone defense of Nebraska, and Walsh with a tight spiral is right there for the first touchdown of the game.
Nebraska uses a great deal of double rotation zone. That is corners up, safeties out, tight ends and running backs running down through the middle of zone. If they have any foot speed or if they deke a linebacker somewhere, they're going to be open. Walsh, nice touch on the ball. Conley makes the catch.
Carlos Huerta, the place kicker, and a very good one, redshirt freshman. Puts it up and through. And so the Hurricanes of Miami, who back the boast of their coach, Jimmy Johnson, we can score on anybody, maybe a lot, goes up against one of the nation's best defenses and goes up 7-0.
Walsh throws that perfectly right over the outstretched hand of the linebacker. 6 points.
The Mitsubishi Montero, Motor Trend's pick for top buy in the sports utility class for a number of reasons. Now at your Mitsubishi Motors dealer for a very reasonable number.
A6, hurry and you'll make it. Delta Airlines ticket agent Sam Singletary knows how to get people moving.
Mr. Franklin, your bag.
But Sometimes he has to show off a few moves of his own, the kind of moves that made him a first-string halfback. Sam Singletary shares a feeling with everyone at Delta. He loves what he's doing, and it shows.
Thanks.
Piece of cake.
You know, some things in life are as inevitable as the tide. I always thought there really wasn't anything I could do about my hair loss, until I talked to my doctor. He diagnosed my problem. We talked about the treatment options. It's good to have the medical facts. And the fact is, there may be some hope for me.
See your doctor if you're concerned about hair loss.
Someday, all Air Express companies will have landing rights in Japan, just like Federal Express. But until then, you'll just have to pretend.
On that touchdown was a thing of beauty. They ran motion. Pee-wee Smith went through the formation. Let me identify him. Jackson goes with him. Etienne is tied to this running back, Cleveland Gary, and Conley goes down, and there's no one in the middle. Walsh recognizes it immediately, puts it right over Etienne's head. Nice catch. Watch the hit, but he hangs onto the football for the first score.
And he's had problems with fumbles, Leonard Conley, so he's in. His 5th touchdown of the season, his 27th reception. And Miami, which came in as a 1-touchdown favorite in the local papers, has a 7-0 lead. Dana Brinson, the fastest Husker, breaks it up the middle. Brinson from Valdosta, Georgia, was one of the most recruited high school players when he came out 4 years ago. Hasn't broken one in a long time. And now Steve Taylor comes out. Trump, we could see him throwing more than he planned to.
Yeah, Don, we almost have to disregard. You look at the Miami defense, they play a 4-3 front, and they do like to play an awful lot of zone, but you can almost disregard that first drive by Nebraska because they're so close to the goal line. Tom Osborne likes to run 4, 5, 6 different formations, see what the defense is going to do.
Hawkins, the right defensive end, 54, is a first-team All-American. We're talking trouble about the front 7. That's the key, and that's Hawkins who levels the quarterback, but he gets it away. Then it's ruled out of bounds. Just after Taylor released the ball to Morgan Gregory downfield, Hawkins came from the blind side and steamrolled the quarterback.
You'll notice a tremendous size disparity. Miami defensive line to Nebraska offensive line. But that's true almost every weekend that Miami plays. Now, the way they get around that is quickness. Quickness, you don't need size to succeed. They never line anybody up man on man. They're always looking for gaps and shoulders.
Up to block. An undersized but very fast defense indeed is now to give as Scott Cole might have been a loss on a 2nd down and 10 play. They'll stop the ball back at the Huskers' 31-yard line. Ken Clark carried and didn't ever get a chance to get started. Game clock with 6:30 to play. First quarter, 7-0 Miami.
Rod Carter, that inside linebacker, focusing in on this multiple offense that Nebraska runs when they've got 3 running backs there in the backfield. You've got to stay true to your key. Carter, an excellent tackler, brings up a long yardage situation for Nebraska.
3rd and 13. Taylor doesn't like to drop back, but he's going to have to here as he stands at his 23, eludes the rush, and here's where he does his best on a broken play. But not there as outside linebacker Randy Shannon ran him down.
Interesting defense that time by Miami, Don. You could see man-to-man coverage on the receivers down the field, but the linebackers up front were playing zone. And they're playing zone to make sure that Steve Taylor can't run free through the defense.
Miami gets great speed in their defense by converting players. Most of their down linemen were tight ends or linebackers in high school. Their linebackers were strong safeties or fullbacks in high school. They draft speed or recruit it. There's a punt downfield now, and Darrell Spencer's back, waiting for John Croker's punt. Good coverage by Nebraska, and the knockdown is made at the 34-yard line. A 39-yard punt, just a 3-yard return. Miami, which scored in his last possession, takes another crack at the Nebraska defense in a moment.
Astronomers tell us there won't be a total eclipse in America until the year 2017. They are very much mistaken. Introducing the Eclipse GS Turbo by Mitsubishi.
A recent Department of Energy study reveals that most American homes are under-insulated. So if you plan to build a house, add on to a house, or just re-insulate, you can find out what's right for your home from you-know-who. Just call Owens Corning at 1-800-GET-PINK.
The Mitsubishi Galant, winner of Japan's Car of the Year award for a number of reasons. Now at your Mitsubishi Motors dealer for a very reasonable number.
Come home to NBC and all the excitement of college basketball. Saturday, the Louisville Cardinals take on Joey Myers' Blue Demons of DePaul. Or the Oklahoma Sooners battle the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. College basketball. It's the stuff weekends are made of on NBC.
Back in the Orange Bowl first quarter, it is 7-0 Miami, even though Notre Dame laid claim to the national championship with its decisive win today at the Fiesta Bowl. Miami still trumps says they're the best team in the country. They hope to prove it tonight.
Don, I think on the Orange Bowl, I think Miami is the best team in the country.
25 straight.
I think there are very few teams that can come down here in this heat and humidity in Miami at any part in the season and play with Miami. I don't blame them one bit for saying that they're the best team in the country. But unfortunately, there are games that prove otherwise, and Notre Dame did it dramatically this afternoon.
They also beat Miami, albeit by 1 point at Notre Dame. Here is Cleveland Gary getting a swing pass, and the Hurricanes break another big play, throwing the ball. Nebraska, as we mentioned, has seen a lot of passing. Utah State threw 60 times against them. But Utah State wasn't Miami of Florida.
And never will be. 22-1 as a starter. That lone loss, of course, to Notre Dame in South Bend. He is a high percentage passer. Tonight, he's 6 for 11. He does not get sacked. He does not make the big mistake.
They did sack him once, the first time in many games anybody's gotten Steve Walsh. Here is Conley. Last time he had his hands on it, you remember, he was in the end zone. This time, Reggie Cooper, the strong safety, comes up and cuts him down at the 48. No gain, 2nd and 10.
Jimmy Johnson felt he had to run the ball a little bit. After last year's great performance with Mel Bratton as a running back, and then 2 years ago, Alonzo Highsmith, they're stuck this year without a running back, so they've got to just keep defenses honest with running a few draws, a couple of lead plays, but they want to throw it.
Walsh has put the ball up 11 times, has hit 6. Nice numbers.
70 yards and a touchdown.
Walsh this time tries to go to his tight end, Chudzinski, running that drag pattern underneath the zone. Walsh's greatest strength is he sees everything. Any opening, any weakness in the defense, he'll exploit.
He likes to audible, and so does Miami. The plays come in from the sideline. Gary Stevens is the offensive coordinator, and a lot of times, Steve Walsh, he'll audible just to call his own play, which doesn't please Jimmy Johnson and Gary Stevens an awful lot. Nebraska once again now down with 5 DBs.
One of them's really a linebacker. Kroll, he's the guy that got to Walsh earlier. On Lewis. In also as Walsh now takes a look on 3rd down. Long ball downfield. Randall Hill comes down with the ball, but he got it out of bounds. Reggie Cooper, the strong safety, 17, was covering along with Charles Fryer. So very nearly a big hit, but it's a long out for the Hurricanes, and they'll punt it.
Look how close this comes to being a reception. You see Cooper coming over there on the side. Look, he catches the ball. If he had just caught it in bounds, that would have been a heck of a catch. That's a catch for the highlight reel right there.
Tim Kalal in to punt the ball. Standing back. They take it. Up back gets it. Crum breaks into open field. There's a penalty marker down. They've done that now 5 times this season. It's worked 4. Whenever you see Kalal's arms fly up like it's a bad snap, Maurice Crum, the up back, has got the ball. But the call is against Miami, so it comes back. They usually do it early in the game, too.
And from around midfield, Dana Brinson, the punt returner, is the guy who makes the tackle. This is a good job of faking everything. This Miami football team is complete.
Doing the run on the line of scrimmage, holding on the offensive line.
Brinson makes the tackle. It's all called back. So now Kalel will punt for sure.
So Crum, who is Miami's best linebacker and also loves to get the ball, as he did just there, has a 29-yard gain wiped out by the call against one of his linemen. And Kalel now stands back inside his 25 on a 4th and 20 play. Anderson's back deep. Richard Bell is back with him. High punt. They're going to let it bounce. Takes a big Miami roll inside the 20 and down to the 14-yard line. So Roland Smith downs the ball. So Kalel does his job very well with 4:08 to play in the first quarter. A 48-yard punt. As Coach Johnson faces that sideline. 7-0 Hurricane.
The Mitsubishi Mirage, winner of Germany's prestigious Golden Steering Wheel Award for a number of reasons. Now at your Mitsubishi Motors dealer for a very reasonable number.
My brother used to have remotes all over the place.
They were everywhere.
A TV remote, a cable remote, a VCR remote.
Yeah.
My brother was very confused.
I was very confused. I don't even know how to work this thing.
Then my brother bought a Magnavox TV with this amazing remote.
And Magnavox invented it.
It's 3 remotes in one. It controls the Magnavox TV it came with and just about any other brand of wireless cable and VCR. So my brother's not confused anymore.
Yeah, and neither am I.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
Starting this Friday at Burger King, you can get 2. I said 2. Juicy flame broiled burgers. For $1. We do it. That's right.
2 burgers for $1.
We do it. Starting this Friday at Burger King.
Astronomers tell us there won't be a total eclipse in America until the year 2017. They are very much mistaken. This is the year of the eclipse. Introducing the Eclipse GS Turbo by Mitsubishi. Try not to stare.
To go, first quarter at the Orange Bowl, and the Miami Hurricanes lead Nebraska 7-0. As we look at Met Blimp, piloting the airship for tonight's game is Corky Bellinger from Mesquite, Texas. The 193-foot MetLife Blimp is based in Kissimmee, Florida. The MetLife Blimp will also be seen at the Super Bowl and at the 1989 All-Star Game for NBC Sports.
And it's pretty easy to understand why Nebraska's having troubles here. They've run 6 plays and gained 5 yards so far tonight.
Looked like the man was offside, Bobby Harden, but there's no flag. He timed it perfectly for Miami, and they run down the running play to the near side. Now there is a marker down. The man who helped Miami win the national championship a year ago in their victory over Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl was Michael Irvin. He caught a touchdown pass, and he's with Jim Gray now. Jim?
Thank you, Don. Michael, you're very, very nervous down here. You're sweating profusely. Why?
Yeah, I am nervous for my boys out there. I watch them practice, and they want this game. It's a really emotional game. It's a lot like last year, championship game, you know. We know Notre Dame won and everything, but my boys, you know, they're winners, and they want to win, and they're out there to win.
You're with the Cowboys now. You had a tough rookie year. Not you personally, but the team. What about playing with Troy Aikman next year?
Well, me personally had a tough year. When you come out and we lose like we lost this year, it's always a tough year and everything for us. But so we just got to go out on. We're happy to be, if we're going to get Troy Aikman, we'll be happy for it.
Let's go back upstairs to Don.
Thank you, Jim. They go to Brian Carpenter, the upback on a run. Michael Irvin got some of those cowboy dollars around his neck there.
He's one of 17 players that Miami sent to the NFL last year. To look at Nebraska's field position has been awful so far tonight. Yeah, Irvin, 12 drafted, I think, and 5 who signed. They were a talented team last year.
That play penalty call against Miami gives Nebraska first down, 1st and 10. Here's the roll-up by Taylor. And those very fast linebackers, Maurice Crum who's the fastest of the lot, runs him down, so Steve Taylor has yet to turn the corner on the Hurricane defense.
The Cornhuskers had 4 wide receivers in the ball game and still go with the run. This Crum is a surprising player, just a sophomore, and he has so impressed everybody that they had some injuries early in the year, and they couldn't get this guy out of the lineup. He's not big, 6 foot 220, but he's always around the football.
The same high school that produced Net Dwight Gooden. They say sophomore, though. Virtually every Miami player is a redshirt. His 3rd year. Taylor gets time, quickly runs out of it, throws off his back foot, and a man is out there, but Bubba McDowell covers nicely. The right cornerback, 48. We see that Taylor, who's also a standout baseball player, has a long-distance delivery if he needs to. Throwing off his back foot, he put it 60 yards.
Morgan Gregory was the intended receiver again on a busted play. Steve Taylor tries to make a big play out of absolutely nothing, and that's Jimmy Johnson's biggest fear. And frankly, that's what Tom Osborne and his staff rely on a great deal. Making something ugly and making it beautiful. Demonstrative offensive line coach of the Miami Hurricanes.
They're down 11 comes up now for Nebraska as Taylor runs out of trouble. He's back in more. Here's another long ball. Very nearly a connection at the 28-yard line, but this does not augur well for Nebraska, as their coach, Dr. Tom Osborne, said before the game, Trump, if we have to pass a lot, we're in trouble, and they're passing a lot right now.
Yeah, he said if we got to throw it 40 times, we have no chance. Taylor has yet to complete one, and they have 2 yards rushing on 3 carries. You hate to see it, but that's almost a catch. I mean, Taylor rolls right, sets up, and heaves that thing about 50 yards down the field, right on target. But Coker punts for the 3rd time, something Nebraska's certainly not used to.
No, they don't punt a lot. They go for it a lot on 4th down. They've gone for it 51 times in the regular season on 4th down. Almost blocked. An inch away. Robert Bailey almost had it as they let it roll, and it'll roll down pretty close to the 33-yard line. And there the Hurricanes go again. A 42-yard punt with, again, no return by Croker. Well, it's 78 clear here in Miami, Florida. I don't know what it'll be like, Trump, in your adopted hometown of Cincinnati, but it'll be a big day Sunday as the Bills and the Bengals go at it in the AFC Championship game. NFL Live at 12 noon. Earlier this season at Cincinnati, the Bengals beat the Bills rather soundly, 35-21. Jim Kelly said he doesn't think it's going to be that way this time. We'll see on Sunday. Right now, they're going to the run is Shannon Crowell. And Crowell takes it ahead, knocked down by Cooper.
Most teams in the Big 8 try to avoid Broderick Thomas, the All-American linebacker, at all costs. But Miami runs right at Broderick Thomas. And look at him, 89. Good job down at his legs. An excellent job of blocking by Fred Highsmith. And he gets Broderick Thomas's hands down. And then Cooper comes in for the tackle. Nice 7-yard pickup.
Second and 3. Crowell takes a hard kick. Coming on hard was the nose tackle, Lawrence Pete, and the outside backer, Jeff Mills, number 42. So 3rd down and 3 arises now for the Hurricanes, who lead the game 7-0 on a touchdown pass. First quarter, we're still in it with 1:04 to play. Steve Walsh to Leonard Conley. Speed goes in the left flank now. Randall Hill is out there, one of the fastest Hurricanes at the top of your screen. 3rd and a long 3. Walsh stands in. Drills. Almost picked off. Maybe it was. Let's see what they really know. They say that Reggie Cooper, the strong safety, got it on the 1 hop.
This defensive backfield in Nebraska, the 4 starters and Blazek, the nickelback, they have produced 13 interceptions for Nebraska. And this is one of the rare bad throws by Walsh, but he was hurried once again. Nebraska continues to get great pressure on Steve Walsh, and that's certainly something that this offense of Steve Walsh has not seen a lot in 1988.
They we should go to the replay here, Trump, your favorite device.
I think it'll be very nice to do this game tonight without ever referring to the replay again.
Well, it's also changed some errant calls. The right team won. But we don't have it tonight at the Orange Bowl, nor do they have it at all in college football, nor do we have overtime, although they do in Division II in college football. A lot of people would like to see it come to Division I, and they do it in an interesting way. If the game is tied, flip a coin, and one team starts at the opponent's 25-yard line in college Division II and gets 4 plays. They score a touchdown or a field goal. If they don't do anything, the other team gets into their 25 and gets 4 plays. And they keep going until somebody wins. It's not first score, it's over.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm interested in that, though. I'm really not. And I don't imagine you find a lot of coaches who are interested in it. I mean, there's already this tremendous controversy and conversation about the 2-point conversion and those who did do it and those who didn't do it. See Tom Osborne there on the sideline cannot be happy with the performance so far of his offense or defense, and on that particular punt return there was a great deal of confusion. They had to call a timeout to get the right people on the field. So far Nebraska's head's not really in the game yet.
Well, they had the punt defense team rather than the punt return team. Ball's hit high by Kalau. Richard Bell fair catches the ball at the 31-yard line. It does prevent ties, though. 30-yard punt. That's what Lou Holt said about ties. A tie is like kissing your sister, but that's better than kissing your brother.
Steve Walsh on the phone on the sideline now. Nebraska must get a drive going here. They've had 3 carries for 2 yards, and this is a team that we documented coming into the ball game averaged 382 yards rushing per game. This team has scored 47 rushing touchdowns out of their total of 64. They got to now present themselves here and carry their load.
First down and 10 for Nebraska. Huskers down by 7. Pitch back to their best, Ken Clark. And he has got nothing at all so far tonight. As the very fast Hurricane defenders keep running him down before he can turn the corner. The same has been true for the quarterback, Steve Taylor, unable to turn it upfield.
Now, this is not a penetrating defensive line of the Miami Hurricanes. It is, well, it's almost true of the Miami Dolphins, too, but it's a pursuit defensive line. You see Milliken, the tight end. Hawkins does a great job of getting off the block, and look at the shirts there. 4, 5 Miami Hurricanes there to make the tackle as the quarter ends.
They're back.
Ooh, that's nice.
All your old favorites. Back for the big double cheeseburger reunion at McDonald's.
And loving it.
We're reuniting the taste of our big double cheeseburger and...
Would you believe?
A new large order of hot golden French fries.
Let's commence to eat.
So hurry, McDonald's big double cheeseburger reunion won't last.
Don't tell me this won't last.
It won't last.
I asked you not to tell me that.
When you drive by the statues and memorials, you may start to cry. And there's a White House in this city, and we always get to choose the person who lives in it. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo territory, all across America. And nationwide, Alamo's the only company that can give you all those miles for free, including the 1,100 miles in a city called Washington, in a district called Columbia, in a country we call ours.
We're back at the 55th Orange Bowl. Don Criqui with Bob Trumping after one quarter of play. The Hurricanes lead at 7-0. Their defense, though, has set the tempo. Nebraska, the #1 rushing team in the country, with 10 yards rushing in the first quarter, none passing. Nebraska averaging over 380 yards a game running the ball. And 2nd and 11. Here comes the blitz. They try to screen it off. It was picked off. It appeared on the one hop, but the official looks like he's going to let it go as a live play.
They still didn't get any yards. That ball looked like it bounced. Again, Miami with great pressure. They're finally saying now it's an incomplete pass. That's now 4 possessions for Nebraska without a first down, with 1 first down. Yeah, that ball skipped, no question about that. Out there to Clark. You saw the great pressure by the Miami Hurricanes defensive front.
They can put it on, the pressure. Miami has set a team record this season with 50 sacks in the regular season. Those come from the defensive ends and the linebacker Crum. Taylor in trouble as, again, running for his life. Nothing there. He's got to eat the ball. The Hurricane defense controls this game. Nebraska is without offense so far. We're at the 55th Orange Bowl in Miami, Florida, on NBC Sports, with the Hurricanes of Miami, who came into the game ranked #2 in America, meeting the Nebraska Cornhuskers for the first time in 5 years. The last time they played, it was in the Orange Bowl, January 1, 1984. And that night, in a major upset, Miami upset Nebraska, then #1 in the country, and averaging 52 points a game, 31-30 to win its first national championship. Canes have gone on to win 2 national championships in the last 4 years. Poker punts as he again is hurried. And the ball will roll to a halt at about the 37-yard line of the Canes, a 34-yard punt. Here comes the Miami offense again from.
That's now 4 possessions for Nebraska, 1 first down.
Well, Coach Johnson continues to pace the sidelines, but likes the numbers.
There's a special place inside our hearts for people that we know. Friendships that have lasted, children as they grow. There were ways to wrap up laughter and keep us doing it. We'd always have a pocket full to share through all the years. Now it's time for all the times you brought a smile. Turn a grown-up to a child. These feelings we've known from the start. America's always known us by heart.
Back at the Orange Bowl, the Canes lead Nebraska 7-0. Later in tonight's game, we'll be selecting the outstanding players from each team. Budweiser will donate a total of $2,000 to SAD, Students Against Driving Drunk. 13:42 to go in the first half. The Canes, who've not been beaten in their last 25 games on this their home field, although to a twist of fate, they're the visiting team officially tonight. They gave the host team. You know that from the crowd noise as the pitchback goes to Crowell, and he runs upfield and breaks it ahead for a gain of 14 yards. And a Miami first down as he's out to midfield.
13 yards on the carry. Jackson finally makes the tackle, and they capture the corner. Actually, Don, I'm rather surprised that Miami is making this look as easy as it is. Highsmith, 31, is the lead blocker there, and well, he's 7 or 8 yards down the field before you see anybody from Nebraska. Ends up being 13 yards on the game.
Crowell getting a lot more work tonight. First and 10, play fake. And Walsh chose to throw it away. The swing man was covered, and so were the people downfield, and the rush was coming.
Yeah, that was a busted play all the way.
Pete Trump, as you know, is the focal point of a lot of interest here. Steve Walsh is a redshirt junior. He'll graduate in May to see what his numbers were against Notre Dame. Record numbers throwing the ball against the Irish. And Steve Walsh will be eligible for the NFL draft if he so chooses. A lot of people think if he so chooses, he'd be the second quarterback picked in the first round after Aikman.
Yeah, Miami has had, Kozar played 2 years, Testaverde played 2 years, and now this is Walsh's second year. They have a habit of getting 2-year production out of these quarterbacks, and then they go to the NFL. They can all play, too, can't they?
Erickson, the backup, is terrific, too. Here's a pickoff. Fryer intercepts the ball. Lorenzo hits. They're going to give it to it is Fryer, indeed. Charles Fryer picks it up just off the ground as Walsh tried to gun it in low on a slant pattern.
Well, so far, Charlie McBride's group, defensive coordinator in Nebraska, has done their job, holding Miami to just 7 points. You can see the 5 defensive backs sitting back there, and Walsh kind of throws before he's ready. There's 3 of them. Jackson, Fryer makes the interception. Hicks is standing right there. There's an awful lot of people back there in that defensive backfield now for Nebraska. And again, Miami's going to have to run a little bit to get some respect from that defense.
But Nebraska's offense is going to have to move the ball a little bit to get any respect from the Miami defense as they now go to the run and power it straight ahead. An All-American center, Jake Young, fired out. The Huskers huge up front as always. They go 2 tight end offense 40% of the time and run the power game, but Miami's quickness has beaten the block so far.
Tom Osborne is totally in charge of the Nebraska offense.